And we're back live again. So, okay, folks, you haven't missed anything. We are just taking care of a little bit of track prep in the right-hand lane, the Slick Tricks lane, while we continue in one lane for now, just to keep the show going. We'll be back to 2 as soon as possible. Michelle goes 10.92, stays 14th for now. A lot of jostling for position going to be going on. Some people put in really good runs, a few didn't. Now, obviously, people get allocated points for how far they go on race day, but they get it for their qualified order too. Billy Everett with the matte black duster. Looks like a slightly shinier part of the racetrack at the moment. Still 2/10 off. Does improve, actually, up to number 20. But not as close as they were looking for. Okay, Bill Wilson with the pickup. Going to be the next to check out the one lane at the moment, the Kestrel lane. He's number 32. Really needs something close to the right side of the number to breathe a bit easy. 10.73 with a run, I reckon, will do it. That is a 30 position improvement. Up to number 2. Well done. Okay, Charlie Seward started out this session, number 1. We've had about 4 cars, and he's now down to number 3. However, if he repeat what he did in Supercomp, which was an 890, might be back to number 1 again. $8.95, actually his slowest run of the day, believe it or not. But then it is quite warm out there. Still very consistent, though. Okay, now the man on the bump is Simon Innes, who's down there on the starting line. And we're back to 2 lanes after this single. That was quick. $10.79 for Simon Innes. Actually improves him to 17 at the moment. Again, real apologies with regards to the time delay. It's just a bit difficult to see what's going on. So, your first pair of the session, Jordan Cowley, Reuven Dawson. Jordan, newly licensed at the European Finals a couple of weeks ago, got into eliminations, I think even went around. And Reuven Dawson, points leader in comp. Not far off in Pro ET either. 82 with the 5 and a 9.13. Reuven Dawson moves up to number 4. Jordan Cowley actually improves to number 7. Side-by-side Huxleys, as we had in Sportsman ET. That time, it was Brian, and I think his granddaughter. And this time, his brothers. Darren and Mark Huxley. Well, bragging rights by 1,000th of a second on reaction time go to Darren. Mark dials a 9.78, goes a 9.84, slows up a little bit, so does Darren. Mark was the only one not in the show, and he improves to number 12 with that one. Ronnie Mercer and Mr. Morris down here, Colin, didn't get a run in the first qualifying session, so he doesn't have a number on the board yet. He is number 2 in points with a chance of taking out Nick Muggeridge at the top. .989 with the 1, breaks out, unfortunately, unbelievably. Well, Ronnie Mercer goes to number 3, I beg your pardon, with a 32.9 on a 32 by 100th of a second. Colin Morris breaks out and he's not yet qualified. Yet, anyway. Adrian Portelli, Matthew Dowdy. It's not really the way to start if you want a stress-free weekend, let's put it that way. So Matthew with the amazingly nice Chevy Nova against Adrian Portelli with that Dodge Polara. Great 002 reaction for Matthew. 10.18 for Adrian, 11.29. Adrian goes up to 10, Matthew goes up to 18. It is fun trying to keep up with it all. It really is. John Turner at the moment is also not qualified. He broke out as well. He can sort that out right now. He's number 34. Brett Featherstone is 11. Brett, 891. John, 907. Well, Brett's coasting already. That won't be an improvement. See what John Turner can do. 004 light and a 912. Gets him into the number 11 spot. Well done, JT. And a 004, really? John Bean with the shotgun Mustang. Well, you could call it a wild pony, or even a V8 pony, like the number plate says. Against Philippa Turton, who had a troubled run earlier today, and she isn't on the board. So this will make it 35 cars put in qualifying runs in Pro ET for a 32-car ladder. Someone will not be around in eliminations. John Turner's car looking very sedate, but he goes 894. That'll work. Philippa goes 1075. Philippa at 28. John Bean up to 11. That's better. Everyone's smiling again. Jess Bishop with the nightmare. And by that I don't mean he's with Harley. I mean she's with Harley. I mean the car, obviously. 9:14 against Dave Rudd, who at the moment is 34. Jess goes 895 somehow. And Dave Rudd does himself a lot of good. 972 up to number 12. Is that Jessie's first ever 8-second run? I think it could well be. Well done, young lady. Jack McClure, Bob Molden. Unbelievably, the way this is working out, Bob Molden is now on the outside. Well, for about the next 10 seconds anyway. 940 with a little pug. Jack McClure isn't really safe at 25. .940 with a 2. Bob Molden goes to number 3. Jack McClure up to 11 with a 46 and a 43. That's number 3. Well done, folks. Fantastic. That's the way it's supposed to happen. Well, if your name's Bob Molden, of course. Tom Kay and Don Scott. Both of these two are very safe. 19 and 17. They're mid-pack. Although saying that, the way this works out, they would race the number 2 and the number 5 qualify. If they stay with it. That was a 0005 red for Tom Kay. 10:15, 10:93. Don Scott goes to number 2. Tom Kay breaks out. Yeah, Don Scott with an 983 with a 1 on a 983 gets him number 2. Lots of shuffling going on in this session. Lots. Well, Nick Mugridge was quite safe after the first session. He's now all the way down at number 22. 22. Tom Watkins, 34. Yeah, so Martin Moore, Tom Watkins and Colin Morris are the 3 that aren't currently in. So Tom's going to get there first with a 909, too quick. Oh, and just too quick for Nick Mugridge as well. A measly 100th of a second. A breath of wind would have sorted that out. He stays put for now at number 22. Guy King with the gorgeous Show Quality Chevelle against Neil Watkins with a little Purple Express. Guy slowly dialing up a little bit. He's not safe. He is 31 at the moment. Let's see how they stack up very quickly. Yeah, anything sort of a 10th off will probably be all right for now, but maybe not at the end of the day. 10:39 and 10:46. Apologies. The screen changed, so I cannot tell you where they qualified. Dave Cherrett, Susie McClure. Susie is close to the drop zone. She's number 30 right now. Dave Cherrett is kind of safe at 26. Kind of. $965, $970. Not a lot in it. Although if there's a race there would be, because Dave Cherrett treed her. Doesn't matter though. 72.59 with a 5. Well, Susie goes 500s too quick. Dave Cherrett moves up to number 12. So, Amy Watkins. With the orange Firebird. Up against young Mr. Duncan. That will be Zach Duncan. So 964 is what Amy's looking for. She's only 27 at the moment. 966, that'll help up to 13. 200s off. Number 13, halfway through session 2. Yeah, it's rough. Okay, Zach Duncan on his own. 10:45. Well, that run will be DQ'd. It's all good practice for Zach, but that run will be DQ'd due to the car being in full stage, and the crew guy, unfortunately, he needed to do it. Anyway, better luck next time, fellas. Doug McClure and Martin Moore. Martin Moore with a Chevette. That's kind of a lot more like the ET you'd expect for a car that looks like that. 960. One of these great cars that looks like a cartoon because it just looks, the proportions are so wild. Could be called the cartoon Chevette. Okay, he's number 33 at the moment. Doug is pretty safe at number 8. Well, Martin will get a time. And it's a 998, 137. He stays 32. Doug stays 38, 11:23. Lee Morris, Screen with Envy. Will be the last car. Lee, unbelievably, hasn't got a time yet. So 9.90 is what he's looking for. Well, that won't help, and he won't be in either. Very unusual for Lee Morris to have any sort of problem, and he pulls over to the side of the track and coasts on through. Hopefully he'll be able to make the scrutiny turn off. Yeah, that gets him in at 34. So there's still a lot to be improved on. They've got one more session scheduled for later on today. Okay, underneath the tower now we have one of the most amazing go-karts that we have in UK drag racing. This is a tribute to a man, Ken Penfold, who lived to the ripe old age of 97. Part of drag racing's folklore from back in the days. Used to race all kinds of different karts, starting in the late 60s. And was very successful. And in the parachute, there we go. That was Ken Penfold's last ride. A fitting tribute as well. 1336, 108 miles an hour. Basically the genre he pretty much started here at Santa Pod all those years ago by running his own karts. They were absolutely amazing. I've been looking at some photographs of them, and the tyre smoking burnouts of runs. It's hard to tell which are which, really. Just incredible. So, thank you for starting a movement, sir. And fitting tribute, I think. Super Pro Q2. So Tom Atkinson, who is very close to the top of the tree in Super Pro, is out there alongside a guy who's having such a great end to the summer. Al Schofield, Alan, and Sharon out there who's backing him up. Both of these two, when they're not racing this incredibly quick dragster, you can find them marshalling, staying up the top end, helping out in the pits all round the place. Alan helps all over. And again, just while I'm thinking of it, thank you very much to all of our marshals. We should always thank them as much as we can, because without them we couldn't do what we do. All the racers couldn't go out there and have fun. Well, they could, it'd just be a lot more dangerous place, obviously. So Tom is currently number 3, Alan is number 8. 8:51, 7:24. Once again, the Atkinsons 0.02 of a second off their dial-in. Alan Schofield wasn't that far off either. Went 7:30 on a 7:24. He did move up a couple of spots from number 8 to number 6. Callum Swinchat with that wicked little altered against the man who is in the lead in the championship. We're having great fun up here in the tower because the timing crew can't see people's dial-ins, even though they're clearly displayed, because the sun, later in the year, the sun is so bright because it's lower in the sky at this time of year. But they got there. 7:69 for Brad. He's number 4. So even though Tom's put in 2 great runs, there's not a lot of chance he's going to be making up any ground during qualifying today in Super Pro. Well, good job. It's qualifying, not racing. Brad with a red light. Doesn't matter in qualifying. 7:67.0, no good. 9 flat with a 0 for Callum. who actually moves up a couple of spots to number 8. But the car's still a little bit off pace compared to where it normally would be. Well, two decidedly different ways of going door car racing. One big box nitrous Ford Pop, which is Mr. Colin Miller from Fife in Scotland, although to be honest with you, I don't think anyone will recognise him when he finally goes home again, because he's been away for so long. Dial 746 this time. And yeah, Dave Russell with the supercharged van. This is a drag race you could pretty much only see in England. Ford Pop versus Marina van with a blower on it, obviously. Another straight as a string run for Colin. 755, 177. Stays 11, actually. And 887 for Dave. For Dave Russell, that does move him up to the number 4 spot. 200ths of a second off. Okay, dragster and door car again. Leah Kellett, Josh Duncan. Now, strangely, Leah's car can run quicker than that little Rover in the slick tricks lane. However, they've elected to run it at 890, which is with the throttle stop, which is what they do when they run it in Super Comp, obviously. It just means no changes between rounds. And Leah can focus on driving. Josh Duncan, meanwhile, he's currently number 17. I think he broke out by a couple of hundredths last time, which is where the dial-in is now. So even though Leah's car has died, it will come on strong at the top end. Josh looking for 784, goes 789 and an 894. Josh actually moves up 10 spots to number 7. Leah moves up 1 spot. Sound investment indeed. Lee Huxley, Phil O'Brien. Lee at the moment is currently number 9. Quick announcement, please pin your ears back if you're in the pits. Martin Moore's crew. Could you go and collect him, please? Martin Moore's crew. With a Chevette, I'm guessing. Could you please go and pick him up in the shutdown area? Alternatively, if you want a bit of peace and quiet for a while, don't. However, he might have the right ump by the time he gets back. But yeah, Martin Moore's crew, if you could please go and get him. He's stuck at the top end. Thank you. So, Lee Huxley and Phil O'Brien. And Phil, with this Camaro, been killing it ever since he debuted the car. Currently number 1 qualifier in Super Pro. Dial 766. Up against one of the best. Goodness me. And he's getting the hang of it as well. 0.34 on the tree. Lee went 0.16. 7.72 and an 8.67. Lee Huxley. 67 on a 66 nails Lee Huxley the number 3 spot for now. Number 3. Side-by-side dragsters. Scott Hauser and Jacqueline Bartlett. Getting very well acclimatised to the Slick Tricks Super Pro car. So Scott and Jacqueline off running. Scott will get there first. Scott goes 7.40. Jacqueline goes 7.85 on a 79. That'll help. Actually, goes up to number 10 for Jacqueline. Bailey Ashdown and AC Bell. You're next two. Again, 2 more dragsters. They are distinctly different. Bailey currently is number 12, AC in at 15. Bailey dials an 8.14. And AC an 8.85. Bailey pulls a red by 0.1 again. Doesn't matter. Only qualifying. 8.13 for Bailey. Breaks out by that much. AC off pace at a 9.82. And that's how annoying drag racing can be. Okay, Billy Gain and Andy Thetford coming round next to 7-second order. So, Billy Gain languishing for him down in the number 20 spot. Andy Thetford, 17. We have had 20 cars, I think, put in times, which will mean it will run as a 32-car ladder. Just makes a very different, it makes a difference, quite a big difference actually, to the amount of points that are available come race day. So Billy this time dials a 7.60. That will be with the nitrous oxide on. And Andy Thetford dials a 7.61. So Well, that has the makings of a good-looking drag race, to be honest with you. Both of them going really well. Billy goes 75. Look at that for Andy, 771. Both go 175 miles an hour. Well, Billy Gain gets to number 15. Andy Thetford, number 14. Well done, both of you. Bet that was fun. Okay, Mark Bailey and it's Daniel Giles on board this weekend. Thank you for everybody who messaged in. Rachel and Thalia, obviously. He's back from his travels. Back in the car. So, Mark Bailey. Is towards the top end of the championship. However, qualifying wise, he's very much towards the bottom. Only 19 at the moment. Then he's only had one go, so this one will be the one where he nails it. Daniel was 20 as well. Daniel broke out as well. Both on the money on the tree, especially if your name's Daniel with the 002. 736 and 877. Mark Bailey goes to 4. Daniel Giles, that run, 600 off only for now, gets him the 11th spot. But Mark Bailey much higher up now. Number 4 after that one. That'll work. Mike, you're not a jinx anymore for now. Just for now, yeah. I know, only one jinx. A middle jinx, is that it? Yeah. Okay, last car I think in Super Pro. It's Mark Corsell. Team have been chasing gremlins all summer long. Every time they think they've got it sussed, the car goes, nope, you haven't. Which is what it did earlier on today. He's currently number 18. So, what happens is, they put 824, which is what it should run. Easily, there or thereabouts. It runs 850. They think, okay, stuff it. Change the dial into 850, it runs 820. Will it be an 820? It's an 835. That's a bit closer. Improves one spot to 17. I do believe we have Comp Eliminator under the tower. Okay, Dave Henderson and Emma Goddard. Dave Henderson earlier on today went 8.99, but then when he came around in VW Pro, it was in the 8.30s, which is a lot more like it, to be brutally honest with you. Emma at the moment is number 3 qualifier with the glitch.
Is 8.97 her personal best?
No, she's been 8.6.
Forgive me.
So maybe 8.59. That wasn't in Comp Eliminator though, that was another Sport Compact, that was, but still. 9/10 under your indexes.
Yeah.
Pretty good. So the numbers on the board aren't dialing. Their indexes. Very, very slow looking launch for Dave Henderson. This one's all about Emma. And she goes 8.75. 8.83 for Dave Henderson. Well, Emma Goddard actually moves up to the number 2 spot with that one. That's a lot more like. See, that's why the front-wheel drive cars are a great asset and a really good addition to Comp Eliminator, because they're so good on their dial-ins. I did it then. Indexes, even. They really are. And it just makes it really lively, makes it fun.
The sheer variety and
Yeah.
and combinations you'll never see up against each other in any other class.
Well, that's what, I mean, already, or quite frankly anywhere else in the world, because we're the only country on the planet that has VWs, front wheel drives, and stop and super stockers in common, which is a great idea because it really swells the numbers and makes it super competitive.
It sure does.
So Dave Swift still hunting for that first 6-second run with the AMX. He drove, now this still blows my mind, he drove all the way from the northeast of England to Malta. Well, with a boat or two in the window, but you know what I mean. Anyway, blinking long way. Up against Amir Akramashan. Great looking run for Dave Swift, 107 to 60 foot. This will be a low 7 or a high 6, and it's a 7:13 at 188 miles an hour. 969 for Amir. Dave Swift actually in at number 6 for now. It's getting, do you know what, it's hard enough. Hard enough with my eyes to see as it is, without blazing sunshine. So if I do what you do, what you've got, which is I wear sunglasses, I can't see a damn thing. I need those, you know those glasses that you see in like Terminator films that give readings on them?
Yeah, the heads up display.
That's the one,
yeah.
the heads up display. That's the word I was looking
I just
for.
have to take my sunglasses off to read the screen every time I
Yeah,
stop
and I have
looking
to
at the track.
put my glasses on to read this one. It's great
We have
fun.
Spencer Tram in the Williams Brothers Camaro in the Kestrel beer lane, and Lloyd Perkins in the long-time running ex-pro mod Cutlass in the Slick Tricks lane.
But Lloyd actually got to the final round at the European Finals 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, couldn't contest the final, but still a terrific effort for a team that have a budget that makes a shoestring look quite chunky. Let's put it that way. More like a length of cotton, I think. So 7.99 is Lloyd's index. He goes 7.68. That'll work. Spence 11.29. Well, that puts keeps Spencer at 4. Lloyd gets in at number 5. Okay, Luke Stevenson and Dan Williams. Dan currently on the board at number 23. Number 3 even. And Luke, even though he took the tree. Do you know what? You wouldn't think that matte black concrete with loads of rubber and stuff on it would be that shiny, would you? You know what I mean?
It's the like once it smooths out and obviously you've got the glue and the compound down there, it does give a real blinding effect.
Yes.
But Luke in the first session of qualifying today didn't get it off the start line. He's running in comp eliminator to dial himself in for VW Pro.
Well, he didn't get past second gear in VW Pro, so he'll take this one, definitely. Dan is long gone. 10.95, that'll be a low 10. It's a 10.19, and for Luke, a 12.06. They don't care what the number is. The fact it's through the finish line all the way. Yes, well done. They just need to do that in the other class.
All right, so Mr. Phil Druitt.
He's qualified 6th at the moment as well.
In the ASD Fieldtech Trevor Hurst owned Mustang. Twin turbos. Again, this weekend, first time on a new pair of slicks, and they've got some new injectors and a few other new bits and pieces. 102 to 60 foot was what they wanted to beat in the first round of qualifying, and they matched it, went 102 again, and 7.0, and they're aiming for a 6 something at 200 plus this weekend.
Well, that was the first time Phil's actually kept it pinned all the way through the finish line and pulled the chutes as well. So, good luck, sir. He's waited his whole racing career to drive something like this, I think, hasn't he? Or probably been avoiding it, one of the two. So 7.03 is the AA Pro Mod Index. Whoa. Well held, sir. Will that be a 6-second run? That's a good looker. And it is a 694, not quite 200 miles an hour, but 196. Get that man a beer for that one.
Fantastic driving job. You could see it moving, wanting to be, sort of magnetically attracted to the centre line, but as you say, stayed in it. Another 102 to 60 foot, 102.6, 451 at the 8th mile, and 699 at the back end.
What's very noticeable, well, again, you watched, like if you watch Drag Week as well, which I've been watching, is that they have a groove,
yeah,
and that's it. Whereas here, you can keep it, you couldn't do that if it was on one of those racetracks.
No, you get, as you say, you get one wheel out of the groove at most tracks, and you're putting yourself in a pretty difficult position.
Whereas he was probably 4 foot away from the centre line, way out of what you would call the groove, and he still kept it nailed. Well, breaking news for this round of Pro Mod is Jean Delemons managed to get reverse without turning the car off, which earlier on, a very good friend up the other end there was telling me that the problem he had, he couldn't get it in reverse while the engine was running. So he had, I know, rather unique problem. Had to click it off, but very, very much learning with this amazing Camaro. This should well be another car deep in the 580s when he gets it sussed out. He was in the 590s with the old Camaro. That door's not shut, if anyone can hear me.
Yeah, that door is
not closed.
Purging the nitrous there again. It's a 960 cubic inch nitrous motor in old money. That is in the region of 16 litres. Multiple stages of nitrous injection.
So let's hope he gets it off the starting line without any tyre shake or any issues this time round. Yeah, it may be my eyes, but that door really does not look closed. There you go, Dave spotted it.
There we go.
It is now.
See if we can beat a 17-second reaction time from his last pass.
There's every chance. Well, that'll work. 6.83, 212 miles an hour. Yes, there's a lot more to come, but he's just getting comfortable in the new car. That's the most important thing. And after all the problems he had with the electronics and stuff like that, I was just glad that the chutes came out after he did that as well.
Yeah, I was keeping a close eye just to be sure there. So we had a 451 to half track, 106, 60 foot. Again, as you say, first full representative pass in the car. Great place to start.
Very pedestrian for a Pro Modified, but not if it's only your second event in it, especially over here. So, okay, your next pair coming round now, John Webster and Kev Slyfield.
Kev went 6:04 in the first session earlier on today. John didn't post a representative time. Had trouble getting off the start line, rolled it into full stage, and then struggled to get it up on boost.
I think he might have done that deliberately because he was having trouble with that at the European finals. But anyway, we'll see what they can do this time. Now, normally, my fail-safe is if I can't see the screen, I can read the scoreboards, and it's so bright I can't read the scoreboards. So I have to look very closely at the screen.
Yes, there may be some awkward pauses while we
yeah,
double check.
Something like that. Deary me. Yeah, well, we completely checked to make sure I don't announce a 501 for a Pro Modified when it's in fact a 6. So there we go. It wouldn't be the first time, mate, don't worry. John Webster with the Turbo Mustang. I'm sure they're just looking to repeat what they did just a couple of short weeks ago at the European finals. The thing is, though, what was really impressive about that weekend was he had a personal best of 589 when he went 250. But he stepped it up to a 583. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but in one of these cars, that's a big jump.
That could be the sort of improvement you'd expect to make over a whole season, let alone
one run or one run to the next. So Kev Slyfield earlier on today. I'm not sure that the conditions are conducive to a blown car running much quicker, but they're not going to stop them trying. So the blown bird runs like an absolute bandit to the 8th mile. And then kind of, has a stroll for the rest of the track. Whereas the Mustang does precisely the opposite. Right, so John's actually gone into pre-stage this time, and he's building boost before he goes in. Oh, look at that for a side-by-side race. Unreal. John Webster goes 5.89 at 245 miles an hour. Kev Slyfield slows up slightly to a 6.12 at 2.30. Who cares? What a side-by-side race. Kev Slyfield was 9.94 to 60 foot, 4 flat to the 8th, so he was about 500 of a second slower by then. John Webster, 1 flat to 60 foot, 8th mile 3.90, and that's the back half you want. Sub 2 second, 5.89, 245. And do you want to know the absolute killer for John Webster? He's only qualified number 5.
It has been a surreal first round and a half of Pro Mod qualifying at the national finals.
Has been lively, to say the least. Very quick news. Thank you very much indeed to Dick Costa, which I don't know whether you knew already. So David Vector won't be making this round of qualifying, we don't think.
Right.
Because he busted the third member in the rear end, by the looks of it.
Yeah,
However,
I didn't see the crew when I was down there. So.
That's cool. However, he'd lent it. Oh, we've got a bloke in Holland that tells us everything, apparently, because we can't do it while we're here. Anyway, he's got a spare. Guess where it is? In Mark Hartveld's car in Holland.
Oh, fantastic.
So it is currently meandering its way over here from Holland.
Amazing.
In some way, shape or form. It would have obviously been easier to bring it with him, but there we go. Anyway. These two put on a stonking side-by-side run earlier. I mean, how sick have you got to be if your name's Kev Slyfield? You run a 6.04 halfway through session 2 and your numbers, you're one but last, basically.
Yeah, the top 4 drivers after the first session, 583, 584, 585 and 588 in a small field of cars is
awesome. It's what you want to see, isn't it? That's
of course
how it should be. It's just like turbocharged nitrous pro stock, whatever. It's awesome. So, Andy Robinson, I'm sure the team were really happy with that first run earlier on today. Andy currently is in at number 2 with a 584 with a 2. Andre Arnover, though, is always the joker in the pack. He went 588 earlier, still went 250, but I'm sure, knowing what we know with this car, by comparison, that was pretty soft.
If we get a good side-by-side pair, you'll be able to see the difference between the supercharged combination and the turbo cars, where effectively if you're in a supercharged car and you're not a car length or 2 ahead of the turbo car by the time you get halfway down the track, you are not going to be taking the win in that race.
Well, the track crew just checking something very quickly at the top end. Obviously, John Webster was the last one through in that lane. And they want to make damn sure that there is nothing there before they send these cars down. Yep, he's just going off the exit. Perfectly choreographed, almost, yeah? It should be the way at drag racing. The quad does a little dance at the top end while we watch this down here. There we are.
So Steph brings Andy into stage.
Blown and turbo. Andy been doing this since the year dot.
.97 at the 60 foot for Andy. Out of 586 at 247.
Well, that was really weird because even though Andy's car went .97, you could audibly hear it go. Probably not quite like that, but you know what I mean, if that's a blank up.
The motor dragged itself down.
Yeah, it really did tug the RPM down when he let the clutch out, but still, I'm sure they could care less. Two great 5.8s in a row.
Decent numbers to the 8th mile as well, 388, 196, nothing to be upset about.
And a fantastic back half as well.
And again, over 247 miles an hour once again.
Yeah. David down there saying to Steph, I could do that. Well, he did it in round 1 of qualifying, didn't he? Okay, David should be in the car around here, paired up with Michel Turenne. However, repairs need... I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, it's dreadful, but yeah, it's almost akin to Freddie having a door flown over, isn't it? Do you remember that one?
I've heard all sorts.
2002 World Fight European Finals. Freddie hit the wall on the Friday qualifying. He was qualified, hit the wall, and the only and he smashed up the truck. They fixed it, straightened it out, but he didn't have a door because the door got totally smashed to bits. The only spare one was in his garage at home. Let's let Michelle do his burnout. The only crewman in drag racing that offers the car out for a fight to do a burnout. Anyway, so the only spare one was at home in Sweden.
Yep.
Got his neighbour to break into his house, got on a plane with it, flew it over. They got zero sleep. Friday night fixing everything, straightening it all out. I'm sure there was lots of ratchet straps and all sorts of other stuff going on. Put the door on. Somebody wrote on the racer tape, "The show must go on." Qualified number 2, and then the next day got to the final round against Roger Johansson. I remember this vividly because I was hanging out the trailer watching it at the top end. He won the final by about that much, and just as he went through the finish line, the air got under the door, blew it to bits, right? And they were absolutely slaughtered within half an hour because that was his own. That still remains Fred's only ever win in Pro Modified. The stuff of absolute legend. They were dead on their feet. They hadn't been to bed for 3 days.
You can't write that stuff. There's nothing quite like drag racing when it comes to...
Yeah, but turning up on a plane with the door. Have you got your luggage, sir? No. Can I have a window seat? I bought my own. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, so back to the racing. Michel Turenne on a bye run.
Already been in the 580s in the first session. Car capable of getting way down into the 580s. Personal best of 580 or 580.
That's the one. That was on a test run at TF actually, so I'm sure they're trying to... Absolutely on rails. Look at that. What will the number be this time? 588 241. Yeah, that was what it was doing 2 weeks ago, where it sounded like it was missing going through the finish line and lost a little bit of speed. Not much, but it just pulls it back enough. So
super strong on the early numbers as well. Another 0.95 to 60 foot. It was 0.94 in the first round this morning.
Yeah, 385 at 197 is where you want to be with a Pro Mod car to the 8th mile. That was absolutely awesome. So bizarrely, other than John Webster, no one improved. Okay, JC Grant. So is this car what it looks like, all carbon fibre?
It is. It's 100% carbon fibre.
And why a Porsche? Of all, I mean, it's a great car. I don't think
he bought it specifically to do this. From what I know, he's had the Porsche for a long, long time.
Okay.
It used to have a Pro Charger in it. I think it was a small block with a Pro Charger. I'm not sure exactly what the combo was, but it definitely was Pro Charge. It was bright yellow, and he caught the bug for the Pro Import style of drag racing.
So what you're basically saying was he got sucked in, yes, like everyone does, yeah?
Yes.
The amount of people that I just said, like the lady standing behind you said, all I wanted to do was a burnout, right? And here we are, however long later.
And however much money later.
Time, effort, all the rest of it. Yeah, but what else are you going to do?
So they dynoed this car before it made its first pass, and on low boost was making well over 2,000 horsepower.
That's a lot.
Again, as I say, at the moment they're leaving on a very conservative 40-odd pounds of boost. But when this car is running at, shall we say, at its peak, at its full potential, they'll be looking to put somewhere around 90 pounds of boost through the turbos, and that'll be good for north of 3,000 horsepower from a billet 2JZ 6-cylinder.
Impressive stuff. I, like a few people, went to Malta at the end of last year, and 2JZ dragster, one particular, Clifton Abdallah, in the 590s, which is just awesome to watch.
Yeah, there's some guys over in the US and in Puerto Rico and places like that who are doing some pretty amazing things with the 2JZ combination. There's a couple of cars down in the mid fives at over 260 miles an hour with a 6-cylinder.
That's mad. The only slight problem is that the only real problem they have is they do burst them on a regular basis, though, don't they? Because they're right at the cutting edge of what they can do with the engine, the technology.
It's true, but you know, the World Cup finals, where import versus domestic, the import cars have a bit of a weight break, so it's very competitive between the 6 cylinders and the V8s.
Oh, JC rolls through stage again. I think this time, though, he's going to get a chance to do it again. So JC's personal best with this, you said, was a 7.0?
703 or 704 at 190 miles an hour. Again, on quote-unquote low boost. If you get a chance to have a look at this thing in the pits when the front clips off, it is a work of art.
Well, he's not shy with the throttle. Will that be a 6? The answer is not quite. 726 at 192 still. Very strong.
106, 60 foot there. And every car, well, every turbo car so far in Pro Mod and in this exhibition with JC's, they've all been hunting that centre line, going left pretty early on and then hugging that line.
I always think it's not because of that, but like the bullhorn on that car goes out one side. And do you remember? Right, Tim Aletimaki runs in Top Fuel. He used to have a turbo dragster out in Finland, right? That had it. I'm coming out one side. I'll explain when we see JC again because we got to move on. But
no problem at all.
Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated.
See you later on.
Yeah. The view to my right gets instantly better looking. Hi, Liz. And hi, Abby. Lovely to see you. Now, I have to say, I like bumping into Liz and Abby because every time we see each other, it's about 26 degrees, isn't it? Yeah?
Brought the sun with us again.
To be completely fair, last time was in Malta, but there we go. So, Ryan Davidson, we're back to Top Fuel Bike. So, did Ryan feel okay after that one?
Yeah, he, in his words, he slightly overpowered the track somewhat.
A smidge, yeah. Good luck. Licensing run for Ryan Davidson.
Yes.
With the Top Fuel machine.
Whoa.
Well, until he actually got off the throttle and back on it again, that was very strong. For his first ever proper 60 foot, that's a 102.
Fab.
That is absolutely where you want to be. Hit a bit of tyre shake and got back on it, and that was when it dropped a cylinder and kind of knocked him sideways a bit, but I don't think there's any doubt he can do it so far.
Absolutely not.
So your other half
Yes.
has one of those,
He has.
has exploded one,
Yes.
and ridden a couple of them. So do you ever fancy a go yourself?
Damn right.
Sorry, you're all right, okay.
Yeah. There are plans afoot.
Okay. We've got to fix it first.
Yeah.
So, Steve Willett on a bye run. We've got no Jerry Lukes in this session, and who else is missing? I'm just trying to think.
Phil Crosley.
That's a good point. Yeah, Phil is missing as well. So Steve Willett hasn't got a time on the board yet. This run will make it 4 bikes qualified. Do you know what? That's
Just
straight as a string.
Look at that.
636 at 214 miles an hour. That's why it doesn't change anything. Goes to the number 1 spot. Actually overtakes Jerry Lukes just for the number 1 spot. Honestly, you could draw that with a ruler and a pencil. That was just arrow straight, wasn't it? Yep.
Textbook.
Textbook, I think is the phrase, yeah. There's not much textbook about Top Fuel bikes, but that was it. Neil Midgley, Callum Motorsport, coming up now. Neil doinked the blocks in roundabout under qualifying, which is a little unfair way to say that the bike was going that way and he just let it drift, I think.
Sometimes it's just safer that way.
You don't want to overcorrect it and get it wrong.
No. I've got to wish it's Mike Vickers' birthday today, so happy birthday to Mike.
Yeah, he's got a bit of an all-star crew, really, to say the least, because he's got Mike, he's got Rush down there as well, hasn't he?
He has.
Rush is a very accomplished top fuel bike rider himself. Hopefully will be again soon as well. Do you know if Dave Newbury's got it back together yet?
I don't actually know.
Okay, no,
I know.
all right.
I know it wasn't.
It was a long time ago now.
About 50 years ago or something.
15 years ago it was, I think, something
I think
like
it's longer
that.
than
Yeah,
that,
15 or
but,
16 years ago. Well, it was when, I mean, we started in 2009, and it was about then, or maybe the year later anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, good luck to Neil Midgley,
Come on, Midge.
one of the world's quickest top fuel bikes. In fact, this bike is now the third quickest on the planet, after only Rickard and Spider-Man himself. Oh, keep it
That'll
pinned,
do.
Neil. That's beautiful. Still coasting. Still goes 6:43 at 170. Short numbers, 101 to 60 foot, 407 at 190 to the 8th, which is a good couple of tenths actually off of what that bike normally runs. He did click it at 1,000 foot, and I think he slotted into the number 3 spot after that.
I think the general idea was to get a number on the board so we can now start changing stuff.
Start turning it up, obviously. Al Morrison Jr. and Ross Morrison. So the bike Ross is on is
Gary's.
it still Gary's
It's still
bike?
Gary's,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So is it because Ross has broken his, or is he just?
I think the
do you wanna
bike
go
is
on
still for sale.
Oh, okay. So what better way to do than take it out and break it? Yeah.
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's what Ross did last time he rode it.
Sorry. Against Al Morrison Jr.
Oh,
Al Morrison went 673 in the first session, very close to the blocks. 676 at only 199 miles an hour. A 9-second run that time round. For Ross,
having a bit of trouble getting his feet on the pegs, wasn't he? By the looks of it, one foot was flapping about.
it's funny you should say that, because some people ride without their feet on them at all, and others.
Eric Rickard on his old bike.
Yeah.
That he was the funniest bloke to race, because I could sometimes get him on the trail, but after that it was game over. But
Yeah.
all I'd see
There's a pair of legs flapping around.
you know, and then there's a bit of yellow. But I was like, oh my lord.
And a
you
bit
know.
of yellow. Josh Stubbins and Costas on Brad's bike
Yes.
this weekend, because he's
Yeah.
broken his own.
And I believe that Hayden is going to be riding it at the Yam Yam on Monday.
Even better.
So, yeah.
Josh has been in the 6s this summer.
Old chain.
Yep, that thing sliding down is a chain. Hopefully, it just slithered out on its own. Well, they're both coasting to runs that they're not going to want to look at. Sure, someone's up there to collect the chain for Josh. One of the funniest moments in a long time I've seen on Facebook was either last year or the year before. And I think Jake Michelle, he'd either hurt himself or something was up, and he said, "Oh, anybody want to hop on the bike and test it for me?" And Josh put underneath on Facebook. Josh put underneath and put his hand up, right? And his mum put straight underneath, "Put your hand down right now, young man." Sorry, that was very funny, Nicola. I did laugh a lot at that one. Sorry. And here he is on a 6-second Super Street bike, but, you know, just the way it goes, I suppose.
Amazing thing, evolution, isn't it?
Something like that, yeah. All the kids that used to run around and roll around in the dirt are now the ones, you know, out there doing well, winning. Yeah, that chain will need to be retrieved. Definitely. So on the subject now, we've got a very quiet moment quickly. So we mentioned about Top Fuel Bike. We mentioned that your husband has one, or your family has one. How's it going? Because the last time we saw you...
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
He torched the head.
Yeah.
So the fuel system went down to Dave Wilson, had a bit of a play with it. That's all sorted out. He's bought bigger mags. They've gone over to Holland for servicing.
Okay.
The rest of the bike is in various parts of the garage, and we're just wondering...
I thought you said bits of the country. Okay, yeah.
No, well, we've got enough going on with that at the moment. The bodywork's gone out for paint, and it's just waiting for everything to come back in the same place so we can put it all back together again.
Super. So
he'll
obviously,
be out next year.
unfortunately, run out of time this year, but it's a case of...
Kev is not going to skint himself out. It is what he's always wanted to do, but it is just a bit of fun.
Yeah.
You know, nobody comes to lose, but he's not. It's not the be all and the end all. It's just to get up there in one piece, try and get a 6, which would be lovely.
That would be great. Well, he's been in the 6s before,
He
so
has.
yeah.
He has.
But this is a different thing on his own bike, isn't it?
Bit of a different animal. But yes, it's been a massive learning curve, and you know, it's not that he wasn't enjoying it or anything, but he just wants to make sure that everything's right. He hasn't compromised anything so far, so he's not going to start now and not going to go, by the way, I've second mortgage the house, love, or anything like that.
Oh no,
so
no, don't. It's funny you should say that, because one thing I do say a lot, but when I was racing, and when almost anybody races, everybody has normal lives and normal bills to pay for.
Mm-hmm.
No one's out here because they're, majorly
No.
rich or anything like that. Well, maybe one or two, but not many.
Yeah.
I always say if everybody turned up to race that could genuinely afford it,
There'd be nobody here.
there'd be no one in it. Exactly that. It'd be very empty, wouldn't it?
There'd be nobody here at all. No.
But when it comes together and when it works, it's just the best thing in the world, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the idea will be that, of course I want to have a go on it, but Jake also wants to have a go on it, So Kev's just bought Steve French's old funny bike.
He's what, sorry?
He's bought Steve French's funny bike.
Because he hasn't got enough to do.
No, that's it.
Okay.
So Jake and I will be sort of having a little go on
Sharing
that next
that.
year to share.
Did you say Steve French's bike?
Yes.
Oh, that doesn't hang about. That will be good. That will be very good.
Yeah, I mean, it'll does what it says.
Last
on the tin,
last scene was Scott on it. Was that
Yes,
right? Yeah,
that's right.
That one? Mm-hmm. Okay, Martin Hallett and Travis Marie. Martin currently number 4 with a 7-1. Keeps running big speeds. Can he tick into the 6s this weekend? This is his last chance of the season, pretty much. Apart from Monday testing, maybe. Maybe. Another good-looking run going, 123 to 60 foot for Martin Hallett. Will it be a 7.0? It's an 03 at 210 miles an hour. Well done. Oh, so close. Oh, so close. An 861. Is that a happy dance? Is that a happy dance? It is a happy dance. Fair enough. Doesn't look like an annoyed dance. So I think we've got Jake on his own. Thank you, sir. I don't know why he gives us these. We make paper aeroplanes out of them. He didn't hear that, did he? Anyway, so yeah, Jake Michelle, currently sitting in at number 2 with a 680, excuse me, not 780. With the new engine, he did call his shot, as you said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Check that out. Thing of beauty for Jake once again. 672 at 217 miles an hour. And guess what?
Superb.
Mr. Number 1 is number 1 again. Awesome stuff. Okay, thank you very much indeed, Liz.
You're welcome.
Junior Dragster qualifying session number 2 coming round underneath the tower.
Shut up.
Okay, folks, back with Junior Dragster, Grace Smith and Daniel Todd. Going to be first up. Once again, don't forget, qualifying, based on reaction times. Currently, Daniel is number 5. He went 0-3 earlier on today. Deep stage this time. Didn't matter. Grace goes 0-32. That'll be good. That will move her up. And it does move her up to number 5. Okay, Finley Fag and Neve Deavy. Neve is at number 1 at the moment, looking to consolidate that position. Well, red light for Neve. It was a double 0-4 as well. 0.13 for Finn. Well, Neve was less than 100th of a second off a reaction time from before. It was 006 red, that was. It's the sun. I know, I can't see anything either. Can you come and stand over here, then I can see what's going on? Jay Cooper and Sam Hiscock up next. Well, another red. Jake Cooper. I think that's what Rich was alluding to. It's very difficult to see the tree with a light like this. Sam does actually move up to number 15, presumably because that wasn't a red. I'm sure the Check It family are tuned in on their way down. School has definitely finished. I presume they've all piled into the motorhome, and there's someone on the M6 at the moment. There should still be one more qualifying session later on today. Hopefully you will get here for that. Molly Openshaw and Harry Peters. Harry, currently number 2. Molly, another one of those that went red earlier, didn't that time. She went 005. Goodness me. That is number 1 qualifier for Molly Openshaw. It is indeed all the way up to number 1. And in the other lane, Harry Peters gets bumped back 1 spot by virtue of the fact Molly, in the other lane, went to number 1. Well done to the Openshaw family. Particularly Molly, of course. Teddy Howe and Amelia Innes up next. So Teddy Howe is number 21. Amelia is number 11. I don't think that's going to... Well, actually, that will help Teddy because it was the right side of the number. Amelia will stay at 11. Teddy up to 15. Okay, Chloe Cromwell. The next one coming up to try and improve, being number 20. And Tom Peters from Harrogate. Tommy's in at 12 at the moment. That was good. That was an 078. And 0.3 for Chloe. That won't improve, I don't think. Oh, it does actually 1 spot up to number 19. Emily Phillips with the little alligator. Or the concrete crocodile, if you prefer. Against Kendra Redshaw. For Odyssey Batteries and the Redshaw family. Darlington. Way too early that time for Emily. That was a 0.1 red. Kendra will improve, actually. That was an 07. We'll move her up to number 12 spot. 10 spots, actually. Lola Bell Ken. All I can see from up here is a shadow because of the sun, but I know that shadow is Tony. Alongside Oscar Young, I'm guessing one of the newcomers to Junior Dragster simply because he's in the Santa Pod car, which is normally how everyone starts out, but a lot do. Rent the car, see if the kids like it. If they do, well, they're not going to not like it, are they? Well, 0.2s in both lanes. I don't think that's going to help Lola. I don't think he's going to help Oscar, unfortunately, either. Nope. Say 15. Actually, no, Oscar does move up one spot. So, Ted Sullivan with the Bulldog. Had a good day at the European Finals a couple of weeks ago. Did go a few rounds on race day. Up against the one and only Ada Cassisi, who at the moment is kind of propping up the field at number 22. Not her normal position. However, this is only the second session, so every chance. Should be better this time. Red on both sides. 0-4 for Ted, 0.1. Quite big red, actually, for Ada, so neither will move. So Junior Dragster very kindly supported by Carl Cox Motorsport. You see a number of the T-shirts floating around on the starting line, bringing forward the next generation of drag racers in UK and Europe. Kai Cooper and Frankie Kent. Oh, check that out in both lanes. 002 for Frankie goes to number 1. Kai with a 012, believe it or not, only gets number 8. Frankie Kent, though, number 1 with a 002. And Kevin doing the dad dance. At least I think that's what it is. Either that or he needs a bathroom break. One of the two. I love the way he wipes the dust off his shoulder like he did it. Not his kid. It was him. It was all Kevin. Okay, Luke Mugridge, your championship leader. He was 0-1-3 in the first qualifying session. And by the time he's got round to run again, he's all the way down in the number 6 spot. The top 3 are all 00 perfect. That's an 071 for Luke. That will not improve. Supergas qualifying session number 2 coming round right now. Andy Harrison and Andy Dibley. Andy Dibley went too quick. Andy Harrison went 10 flat. So everybody kind of struggled a little in the first qualifying session. The only reason I say struggle is because they're normally bang on the money every single time. Thank you much indeed for Rory for sending me the message to say this wasn't a pro mod car. My absolute apologies. It, for all the world, reminded me of Tim Hines' car from back in the, I think it was late 80s, early 90s, something like that. But no, the car was purpose-built for bracket racing, and it's very successful at it too. So Andy is number 4. That's Andy Harrison, by the way, and Andy Dibley looking to improve from number 11. Side by side 2, and that's more like it. A 91 with a 5 for Andy Harrison. That will get him the number 3 spot. And a 93 with a 6 in the other lane will get him number 4. That's more like the numbers you expect to see out of all of this lot, because they are that good, frankly. John Dalrymple and Mark White. Both these two in the 10s earlier on. I think everybody, especially in the left-hand lane, going to have trouble seeing the tree. Mark with a very, very soft launch for that Vega. It's normally more lively than that. Yeah, both of them off pace. 10:45, 10:34. No help. Dave Fulton, who's currently number 2. He did have the best package in the first, smallest package, in the first qualifying round. 04 on the tree, went 991. Up against Conrad Stanley, who was about half a second off where he wants to be. Well, Dave Fulton again, 0 on the tree, as was Conrad. .987 and 10:06. So Conrad does actually improve quite a bit. Dave Fulton stays number 2. Wayne Hiscock, who went 10-0 against Mr. Stu Doyney, defending UK Supergas champion. Stu broke out earlier on. Oh, you went quicker than 9.0. With an 022 light for Stuart. .998 to the 10:03. Stu actually moves up to 5, but still uncharacteristically quite a few hundredths off that magic 9.90. Okay, Dave Cherrett and Sarah Unsworth. Sarah Unsworth still with the stick shift 8 pattern turbo Mustang, our own personal cake supplier. Still number 1. No one has beaten that 9.90 with the 4 yet. Well, Dave Cherrett slowing at the top end to a 990 with an 8 and a 1026 for Sarah. That does actually take Dave Cherrett up to the number 2 spot. Sarah is still number 1 for now. Okay, ET Bike qualifying session number 2. Carl Rushby in the Slick Tricks lane against Chris Venn with the big Harley from Thrapston. Darling's 973 for the bike you see leaving first, and 11 flat on the other side. Chris Venn away and running. 1018 poops out a bit at the top end Actually gets bumped back a little bit. Carl Rushby moves up to number 8 spot. Okay, could we have Nostalgia Superstock, Street Eliminator, Nostalgia Superstock and Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Okay, Hendrik Meyer from the Netherlands and Jermaine Maduro, your next pair. Well, both 8-second machines. 9:02 and a 9:46. That does help, actually. Jermaine actually does move up to number 5. Okay, a couple of cast regulars on track now. Alan Davis, who also rides a Fuel Harley. Supercharged twin. And Justin Moulton. Well, Justin goes too quick. Does not matter. It's only qualifying 10.00, 10.48 and 11.83. Well, Alan Davis stays number 1, but further away from his darling that time, unfortunately. Okay, Mike Gooding and Scott Smith. Mike Gooding, 8.90. Well, Michael Gooding will get there first with a 9.03, which does, believe it or not, move him up 1 spot to 7. Scott Smith, 11.87. So Thomas Cook Abbott and Nick Playden. Thomas with the drop on the tree. $9.58. Up to number 5 for Tom. Nick stays put at number 8. Dave Grundy and Pete Harrison looking to move up into the top 10. 10.60, 10.68. That'll help for Dave Grundy up to number 10. Pete Harrison, though, stays put. Scott Collier and Robbie Dobby, these two paired up in round number 1, actually, or qualifying session number 1, I should say. So Scott looking for 9.50. I don't think there's a very, 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 very slim chance that Scott can catch Phil at the top, but I think almost by qualifying where he did already, I think Phil's probably put the end of that. But subject confirmation, of course. Scott bangs out a 0.28 light, looking for 9.50. Will go 9.63 and a 9.93. Well, Robbie actually moves up to number 5. Scott gets bumped back 1 spot to the number 8 position for now. Phil Pratt, Patrick Marie. Well done, Sky. Is that good? Was that good? It was good. Yeah, Patrick Marie and Phil Pratt. Your next pair. Phil's currently number 3. Patrick is in at 2. Well, both on the money on the tree. 8.76 and a 9.14. Well, Phil stays 3. Patrick stays 2. No movement in that pair. Okay, Josh McLean and Dave Hall. Dave is currently number 1. We're on to 950 bike. .976 and 9.48 breakout for Josh McLean. They stay number 1 and 2 for the moment. Okay, Hayden Michaud hasn't put in a run yet, actually. Backs off well before the finish line to a 9.89. Not quite sure why, other than making sure he didn't go too quick. Okay, we're just doing a quick, very, very quick timing system reboot. Would you like that? There we go, look, see, magic. It's a magic seeing device, so you don't get quite as hot. Is that better? Can you see? Sort of, yeah. So we're nearly there. Timing crew just punching the numbers into the system. Yeah, they don't automatically happen, by the way. There are people that do it all up here. So Matt Gatland, who is the last of the 950s. Goes 11.74 at 107, going in the right direction. Okay, 850 bike. We have had a lot, at least 16 riders put in times for 850. Quite a few of them ran 850 as well. Okay, Jayant Banwari from the Netherlands. I hope that's his name.
I'll find out later.
Jeez. Well, he's definitely called him Jay. There we go.
Yeah.
That's easy, isn't it? Against Kenneth. Now, currently Jayant in the Kestrel lane is the number 1 qualifier. He went 8.53. Goes 8.49 with an 8 this time. Wow. Kenneth goes up to number 5 though with an 8.7. Joe Elliott and Daniel Madeira, your next two. I don't know if you heard that as well. In Pro Modified, this is an awesome story. So you know a lot of people in the Netherlands, yeah? So David Bregter broke one of the gears in his Pro Mod, but he lent out his spare to Mark Hartveld. So his spare is in Holland.
Right.
Guess where it is at the moment? On its way from Holland. Anyway,
amazing.
8.83 and 8.59. Daniel Madeira actually moves up to number 2. Yeah. So
that powers the live stream.
sorry?
The powers of the live stream.
Oh,
yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve Jackson and Kevin writes numbers 12 and 15. Kevin had a really good run earlier. It was too good. He went too quick. He went in the 8.4s. I always wonder, how on earth do you slow the bikes down enough? Is it just riding style or...?
Bracket racing is an absolute art, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It's so tricky. I can only think you just turn it down a bit. I don't know how, but you do. Oh, 8.49 with it like that, you see.
Yeah.
Keith Wright, 8.49 with a 3. Steve Jackson, 9.49. This is a vast improvement because standing here, I can actually see the scoreboards. I couldn't see a thing earlier.
No.
Okay, Marcel Dalbeck from Germany with a snowmobile engined. It looks like a snowmobile engine pro stock bike. It's not, but it looks like one. Against Pete Wise. Well, Pete Wise is long gone. 8.59, that'll help. It does indeed, all the way up to number 3. Michael Dalbeck, unless the bike is really missing something, might be worth going in 9.50 instead, but still appreciate the effort. It's a long old way to come.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Paul Morris and the one and only Stacey, who I think stowed away with you Tolkien last year, didn't she?
She did.
She did?
She did indeed.
So Paul Morris is pretty close. That's a lot more like it for Stacey. It's just whether it's an 850 or not is always the question. 867, that'll do. Up to number 6. Wow. Newsflash, Boyce and Stacey trying to be consistent and race.
She said she was behaving herself.
Behaving, yeah. Yeah, however, she is the daughter of you-know-who, and she is you-know-who. So, believe a word of it. Anna Sasiak and your points leader, Carl Thomas. Carl, I think, is only in his class this year from 9.50 last year, is that right? So, Carl is in at number 11 at the moment. Anna is 4. Well, off pace for both of them. Anna, 8.73, slows up a little bit, and Carl, is that an 8.82? It is, isn't it?
Yes, it was either a 5 or an 8.
That's right, I have to look about 3 times as well because I can't see. Pete Slater and Gary Malone, your next 2. Pete Slater gets some wardrobe advice from Chris. Dead even. You gotta love that, though. Both still on it going, well, he must be running the right number, and so must he. And so must he, and so must he. We went across the finish line together, so we must have both got it right.
Oh, absolutely.
Nah.
It's one of those things, though, when you watch the bracket races, and they can race, concentrate, going in a straight line, and turn around to see where their opponent is. And that is like, what the heck?
Root Patrick DeLang and J. Rowe. .863 and an 883. That'll help Jay actually up to the number 5 spot. Can we have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please. Okay, Patrick Marie will be the last one through. Lot. Plenty, thank you. 871 for Patrick. Stays at number 9. Okay, Nostalgia Superstock. Session number 2. Don't know why I keep saying that. Session number 2 for everyone, of course. Dave Bilodeau and Chris Goodale, your current numbers 1 and 2 qualifier, not far away. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator as well. Wow, what a pair of muscle cars leaving the start line. Both in the 9s earlier on today. 993, 992 are their dial-ins. 993 and 988. Well, they swap places. Dave Bilodeau goes to number 1. Chris Goodale breaks out by a few hundredths of a second. Drag racing's pretty cool, isn't it? Paul Smale and Stu Thompson. Well, Stu Thompson, 978, 980. Nicely done. That actually jumps him up to the number 2 spot. So Chris Goodale, in the space of 2 pairs, has gone down from number 1 to number 3. Kind of the way it's supposed to work, really. Okay, Ian King. And unfortunately, not sure why, Mick Sharp gets clicked off on the line. Nicely done for Ian. 1069 on a 54, that's not bad. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately being pushed off is Mick Sharp. So, Spence looking for 11.27. Oh, 11.26 with a 6. 4th hour too quick. Okay, Guy King and Don Scott. I think your last pair before we get to Street Eliminator. So Don Scott with a 982, 989 and a 1035 for Guy King. He stays 5, Don Scott stays 4. We just have a very quick bit of track prep to go because we have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator at the head of the lanes once again. So just a couple of moments, Nitro FM, if you mind, where the track crew take, well, 2 minutes apart from Ian, obviously. And we're back straight away. Thank you.
Like there's no stopping it.
Oh, there's loads of them in contention.
At the moment, 990 with a 4 for Sarah Unsworth.
Okay, Stu Doherty, Conrad Stanley. So by smallest package, you mean reaction time and number?
Yes, the smallest overall package.
Okay, 986, too quick. 232, so yeah, explain what... Why am I saying this? Explain what a package is when it comes to racing.
So that would mean if you're dialing in a 9.90, the closer you can get to 9.90, the better. Obviously, the ideal being 9.9000, and your reaction time as well. The closest to triple or quadruple zero you can get, the better. So the closer you can get to that, you combine the difference from the ET with the reaction time, and that gives you your package.
It gives you your closest package. That's right. It's all about the package. Stu Morris and Mark White. Up next. Sarah was bang on the money. I'm not sure about the reaction time though. With the 1 for too quick. And Mark White in at number 2 for now with the 10.02 by virtue of not breaking out pretty much, I'm speaking, in at number 2. So these roadsters, one of which you see down now with Dave Fulton on board. I love these cars. They are called Brogy Roadsters, or Bogey Roadsters, as I'm sure a lot of kids call them. I know mine do. They are very unique indeed. However, or they were anyway 30 years ago when Warren Brogy used to build them. Now, almost every single car in the States is a roadster in the super classes.
Yeah, they're very popular.
Wayne Hiscott with a 002. Right, Wayne Hiscott with a 002 and a 10.03 and 991 with a 1 for Dave Fulton. That is... Dave's in the lead for the smallest package.
Dave asked me also to... I asked him if there were any updates this weekend. He wanted me to let people know. He said, no, just make fun of Andy Dibley for me.
Nice.
So we'll make sure we get on that.
He does that quite well. Anyway, so smallest package so far, Dave, well done. 0.4 on the tree and a 991. Number 2 in qualifying. Is it for the whole of qualifying or is it just the first session, mate?
I haven't got the specifics there. All I've got is that it's they're competing this weekend, so it might be...
it might be the whole
qualifying.
Okay. John, I think he won it last time, didn't he, actually, Dave Fulton? John Dalrymple, Andy Harrison, your next pair. Andy, previous UK Super Gas champ. With a car that when you were a nipper, I think was a Pro Mod. 022 as well for Andy, right on the 10 flat, only number 3. John Dalrymple 6 with a 10.16. Okay, last. Well, no, actually. Oh, no, it is compliment right behind it. Sorry, Dave Cherritt. My apologies. Will be the last car before we move in.
A hundredth of a second or two off a 7-1. Been struggling with crank sensor issues at the end of the last event.
Well, no one's slipping and sliding this time. Expect side-by-side 200-mile-an-hour street cars. And they do not disappoint. 7.33 at 2.01. The number 1 spot for Joe Baxter. 7.41 at 2.03 for Tony Higgs. Expect a lot more of that.
It also looked like Tony Higgs pulled the parachute at a reasonable time.
Yeah, well...
We'll have to see the replay, though,
He probably thought Joe was going faster, or was beside him and thought, I better do that. He probably looked out the window and thought, he's going fast, that means I'm going that fast, which means I probably should slow down. Yeah. There we go. Ash Cooper, Joe Stevens, your next pair.
So Ash with the brand new combination, 548 cubic inch, twin 88mm Pro Mod turbos underneath.
That's nuts.
World's fastest transit. And Joe Stevens in the Slick Tricks lane
Good friends, these two. They crew for each other quite a lot of the time. That's a good-looking run for Joe. Really good-looking run for Joe. It's an 8.94 at 1:51. I think his first 8-second run with the Cresta.
Yeah, first time in the 8s for Joe in the Cresta. That is definitely a PB. Superb effort.
Okay, 16 seconds. In the other lane, not what he was looking for, of course. So Nigel Hale and Michael D'Souza getting quicker and quicker.
Yeah, Michael in the previous session today, down into the 9.2s for the first time. This is his first year. Well, a couple of rounds ago, switched from block treads to radials, picked up a PB instantly, and is now on his way to the 8-second zone. Nigel Hale, 10.0, his personal best. Another great launch there from Michael, both wheels up in the air, but a lot straighter with the new anti-roll bar. Another 9.2. And a 10.07 for Nigel Hale. I do believe that is another personal best. He dipped into the 10.0s at the European Finals with, I think, a 10.09 and has just gone 10.07 in a 6,600-pound truck. Right, your championship leader, Rob Carter, in the Slick Tricks lane in Percy the Passat. Had a great launch in the first session today, but speaking to him in the pits earlier, and he said once it hits 25 pounds of boost, it is breaking things.
Oh.
And did a coil pack in the first run today, so done some switching out of parts. And on the other side, Victoria Smith, new PB, 7.40, 206.13 miles an hour.
Well, another superb side-by-side race. Here comes Victoria, 7.41 at 2.04. Rob was visibly slowing at the top end to a 7.80.
Mile an hour was about 15 miles an hour down there for Rob, so maybe hasn't quite solved the issues. But Victoria, 7.4 bracket car at this moment.
It's just like completely banging pair of cars after completely banging pair of cars, isn't it? You know what I mean?
And another pair of show-stopping cars with Al Mack in the Volvo in the Slick Tricks lane, and Mark Sheridan with the Cuda in the Kestrel beer lane.
Yeah, but he went 190 miles an hour in a completely stock-shaped Volvo.
Yep,
earlier.
Small block Chevy, stock body shape, sunroof, as you say.
Of course. Hand-operated sunroof.
Hand-operated.
Which I think was probably quite posh when it was new.
Creature comforts with your 7-second street car.
Mark Sheridan's not bumping. Another superb side-by-side pair. Looks like Al's got this one with a 7.47, improving at 192. Well, Mark Sheridan couldn't bump in. He did the decent thing, came down off boost and rolled in. What's Al's PB? That can't be far off.
He's been in the 740s before. I'm not sure how far off that is. I'll have to double check with him, but that's very close to his PB.
I know. They still don't look that impressed no matter what they do, which is fine.
Well, they ran 7.55 this morning, and the idea was just to squeeze a bit more boost out of it and put some more power in, and that was the result, a 7.47, 192.
I'll tell you one impressive thing with these cars is if you ever stand up by the fence at the top end, they absolutely fly by. I mean, from here it looks quite impressive, from the side it looks quite impressive, but if you go and stand by the fence at the top end, it's full on scary. They really do haul. And on that subject of hauling, Bill McDermott with the Bentley. Got everything in the tank to take the number one spot from Joe Baxter. Up against James Murray, who was giving it a run for 60 foot. What's the Bentley got this time? 7.54 at 201 miles an hour.
And 9.44 for James.
That's the one great thing about Street Eliminator, though, is that all the cars that you wouldn't think have a chance, they still turn up, they still plug away. Nigel Hale, Michael D'Souza, him, and I'm not being rude to them, but they really are outgunned. They're 9-second cars against 7-second cars, but they still go rounds.
Absolutely.
Because it's so unpredictable.
As long as you can complete the cruise to make yourself eligible for eliminations, then as long as you can get into the beams, you have the chance, even if you're down by 1,000 horsepower or more.
Okay, we have Warbunch, Philip Turton, with the Bitchcraft dragster, kind of dragster, coupe, I apologise, who ran, thank you sir, who was #1 qualifier in Pro ET of all things at the European Finals a couple of weeks ago against Rob Brown with the Rebel, who very, very kindly bought us sweets. Would you like some sweets? They're for courtesy of anyone like some sweets? That's from them. Okay, fine. Looks like it's me then. I've just got to eat more. What a shame. Thank you, man. So 2 kind of slingshots. One with a coupe body on it. Well, Rob looking for 8.40. 8.36. And a 59 on a 52. Well done for Philippa. Well, let me just very quickly check. Yeah, Rob's personal best. I thought that wasn't far off. That's only 0.02 of a second off of Rob's personal best in the car. Well done. Okay, Marie Mills with a little altered. And Phil James. Cars we have seen many, many times before. But this is the first time we've seen Phil today. And we're still missing Bob as well, actually. We're still missing a couple of cars from this session, I think. Come on. Well, Marie off and running first. Again, it's all about dial-ins. 10.50 for Marie. And 9.43 for Phil. Phil goes 9.45. There we go. That's why he's won the championship before. And 10.60 for Marie, who won the last round of the championship, I think, back in the summer. So Phil James actually goes to the #2 spot with that run. Thank you very much indeed, Claire. And we're about to go with VW Pro and Super Comp, I think. Okay, we kick back on with Funny Bike again. Thank you very much indeed for all the people that are sending me messages. Apologies, I haven't had a chance to read them out, quite simply because I can't read. That's normally my excuse anyway. So, Martin Zalstra, who is #2 at the moment with Funny Bike. Went 7-1 earlier. That does not sound well.
No.
Yeah, just didn't really launch, just launched very flat. Welcome back, Liz. Thank you very much indeed for sprinting back up here again.
You're most welcome. Can I just quickly say hello to Sem, who is Abby's other half, listening from Sweden.
Okay.
And also Anae Shepherd, who said, shout me out. So I am.
Anyone else wants to say hello, you know, while we're here?
Yeah.
We've got gaps to fill.
Nothing better to do.
No. So, Thomas Josvig and Sean Branch. Sean's trying to step up the performance. Yeah, it's good to see that Jerry's come down to watch his old class as well. is his old class, wasn't it? He was running funny bike.
He was in funny bike.
He was in funny bike. I thought he was.
Mingles with the They set me a challenge to try to sing Baby Shark. I'm not going to do it.
You're joking? What?
Sorry,
if
Renee.
if you do it, hang on. Will you do the dance out there then? The pair of you.
You do the dance
pair of
out
you.
there and I'll do it, Kev.
Pair of you. Come on in. It's one way to get fired, I suppose, isn't it? You know. At least I don't work for ABC. I can't get sacked for getting someone to do it. Anyway, whatever.
It's the first thing we wake up to in the morning is
Baby Shark.
Baby Shark.
Is that right?
Yeah. And it's stuck in your head for the rest of the day.
Very unfortunate.
Just get it out of your head and start singing it again.
Back to racing, thank goodness, says everybody. Thomas Josvig and Sean Branch. Yeah, Sean's bike looks absolutely monstrous by comparison to everyone else's. It just looks so much bigger.
But you take the bodywork off.
Really?
Just the same.
Just the same, yeah? It is all bodywork, is it?
It is all
pretty
bodywork
much?
at the back there, yeah.
Okay, so Thomas is number 3, Sean number 4. Well, Sean will get there first, but not as quick as he wanted. 763 at 173. Don't get me wrong, that's not hanging around at all, but sure he wanted more than that. And Thomas goes 7.72. Okay, Daniel Berglin, after probably putting his arms back in their sockets after earlier today. Yeah. So you've thrown away on a clutch. Thrown away the clutch on a bike like this?
Yes.
Does it take a lot of hanging on to?
Yes. You've got to condition yourself to go with it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you do.
You go straight up.
You go straight up. But yeah, it's.
You have to be coiled and ready, basically.
You've got to be a little bit fit, to be fair. You know, I mean, pro stock. I was far too fat for pro stock, but it was good fun.
So, Daniel, earlier on, is he actually qualified with that number, or does he need to re-license just out of blind?
He's qualified.
He is qualified,
he
okay,
qualified,
so he's in at number 5 then.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a big ask to go around number 4 with a 7.5.
That's better. Oh, go on, Dan.
Very good looking run, smoking through the top end to an 8.19 at 157.
Nice one, Dan.
Wow.
Baby Shark himself, look.
You're a little way from number 1, mate. I don't mean to break it to you, but there we go. Thank you very much again, Liz.
You're most welcome.
Hopefully everything's all right in the shutdown area. That is a bit smoky, but no one seems too concerned. Move on with VW Pro qualifying session number 2. Thank you very much, honey. Right, where are we up to? There. Yeah, just... Yeah, just checking out Daniel's lane. Okay, VW Pro. Hazel Carter, fresh off running an 11. Dials at 11.93, and as if by magic, the car says no thank you. In the other lane, 12 flat for Joe Hall. Okay, James Hodson up next. Yeah, James Hodson wearing number 1 against Abby Tether this time round. Abby is 6th at the moment out of 14 cars. James is number 10. $11.22 and a 13.05. Actually, that does improve a little bit for both. James up to 7, Abby up to 5. That's got to be the smallest race number I've ever seen on the back of that Audi. Michael Strachan from Glasgow. Alongside Wayne Gill. Wayne's style is very impressive, 9.54. However, 11.33, what looks like a standard Audi. Really not that bad either. 9.62, nicely judged, and 11.66. That takes Michael Strachan up to 7, and Wayne Gill to number 1 for now. Okay, Ed Keach with the Porsche. And Mr. Low 8 second himself. Dave Henderson does 8.30 this time. For some reason, when he runs in the ET class, he has no problem launching. It's when he runs in comp. 9.45 at 1.44. Way off pace for Dave Henderson, unfortunately, that time. Also, for Ed Keach, 13 instead of a 10. So a couple of goals, different vintages, also with a couple of different vintage drivers in the seat as well. Jake Fronda against points leader Luke Stevenson, who made 2 runs early today in each class, didn't get down the track. Got down the track absolutely fine in comp. Let's see if the car can do it again. The VW Pro. Well, they're quite evenly matched on the dial-in, so they should be fairly evenly matched at the top end as well. Luke goes 12.15, up to number 6. Jake stays in at 2. Well, at least it's consistent, fellas. Rob Jump and Jacob Bailey with the Jetta. 9.99 is Jacob's dial-in. That amazing Jetta goes north of 140 miles an hour almost every time. 10.47, nearly 150. Look at that, 148 miles an hour. Does move him up a couple of spots actually. Rob Jump does not move. Okay, Phil Blogg and Carl Goldsmith, who, fresh from his effort to wipe out the tree earlier, whatever it was, he fixed it. I don't think there's anything in the car that Carl can't fix. That's more like it. Straight up and forward for Carl Goldsmith. Well, Phil's going to get there first with 11.14, too quick. Carl goes 12.48, too slow. But he gets in at number 11. Okay, Fran Herbert, the last pair, taking on Stu Hodson. So, Stu Hodson with the Corrado that's been around European drag racing for a little while now. This time racing in VW Pro with a big V8 lump in it. Goes 10.31 at 1:38. That will get him in the show. Fran Herbert, though, 12.30 breakout. I don't think they really care. That's what they were after. Okay, Supercomp qualifying session number 2. Sadly, you and your good buddy Nathan are not in this weekend.
No, Nathan made a good run for the championship, more than we ever really expected in the first year with the car. But as you know, the last couple of events plagued with some issues and put us out for the season. But still a great job by Nathan nonetheless. We were just behind Warren and Leah, who were at that point tied for first. And Warren went 8.900 in a different class earlier today. If he does it again now.
Against John Turner, who needs to get back in the 8s again. 8.95, there we go. Well, Warren stays at 3. John stays at 7.
They seem to have found a good base for that borrowed motor they've got in Warren's car now. They were struggling with basically trying to slow it down for quite a lot of the early part of the season.
You've got to love that, just as they've got to give it back.
Yeah.
And just suss it out. Still had a great season no matter what, hasn't he? Ellie Mae Brown, now the number 3 qualifier. Hi, Trace. That's Mum watching from up there on the grandstand.
And Dave Fulton in the Slick Tricks lane. Again, there is a competition between Supergas and Supercomp for the award for the smallest package at the end of qualifying.
So is it's split between both classes?
It is, as far as I know, yes.
Good job, Dave's in both classes. Another 0-2 light for Dave. Oh, look at that. Dave once again on the money. Ellie, 3 thou too quick. 3 thou too quick.
Such a fine line with these cars. Ellie's been bang on the number multiple times.
Yeah, you just can't tell if it's 3 thou one way or the other,
No.
can you? No chance. Okay, Leah Kellett, who I think has pretty much nailed it down again in Supercomp. I just find it quite amazing with Leah that she was crew for her brother for many years while he was having fun in Junior Dragster and then in Super Pro. And then he ran the car in Super Pro, she ran it in Supercomp and just killed it from day one, literally.
Been winning everything, that woman. 894 multiple times so far today.
I'm sure they want a bit more than that.
Yeah.
Same as Jeff Cowley. Jeff's best, although they've only had one run, is a 912.
Jeff in the old school 90s Pro Stock Pontiac.
Leah jumped way early, but doesn't matter. A 901 and a 904. They are going to be a bit nonplussed with that, I
Yeah,
think.
a little bit off pace for both of them there.
So, John Bean with the last qualifying run. We have another licensing run for Sky Collier coming up.
How many Mustangs does John Bean have? 3? 4?
Few. A stable. He's got another rather lively looking street one, hasn't he? It's still paddled the tyres off the line.
Yeah. Oh.
891 at 150. Who cares whether it paddled the tyres or not, frankly. Now, the interesting thing about that is he was pretty damn on his dial-in, but when you talk about packages, he was 0.16 on the tree. When Dave Fulton did it, he was 0.2.
Yeah, so that's going to not do him any favours for the smallest package awards.
It's a bit of a dubious thing to win, though. It is a bit of a dubious thing to win, though, but there we
You're
go.
going to say if you don't know what it means, then it can be quite confusing.
Yeah, only in drag racing can you compete to see who has the smallest package. Well, actually saying that, you can probably compete in other things as well, just wouldn't have quite the same meaning. There we are.
Wouldn't be as family friendly. No.
Okay, Sky Collier with the new family dragster. I cannot believe the Collier family finally have a race car, not a bike. It was Jerry donkeys years ago, back in the 90s, when I saw him at Ockenheim, and he said, yeah, cars are for shopping, not for racing, right? And here's his little girl in a car. Well, Sky's actually done the burnout and the launch part very well.
Having some trouble with backing up.
Well, she started to come back. Yeah, that can't be a nice feeling though, being stranded like that. Well, I guess the car's still running, she just can't back up, that's all. Okay, anyway, on that first run, she had to do a burnout and a launch. This time she'll do burnout and run it to around about half track, which I'm sure she'll have a wonderful time. Liz sent me a very photograph of a very happy Sky. Well, takes it to just before half track, which was that was the brief, if you will. She's not going to get a time for that one. Probably Scott having shorts on that jinxed it. Okay, Outlaw flat 4. Hopefully that will be good enough for part 2 of her licence anyway. Thank you, mate, very much.
Always a pleasure.
Is Nath watching at home?
I think so.
You think so?
I think so.
Probably going.
He corrected me about something earlier. So.
Oh, everyone does that. Yeah, I won't bother watching, but you know. Anyway, on with Outlaw Flat 4. Thank you very much, Jamie. We still have a few hours to go. $11.86 at 120 for Adam Lowe. Stays at 5. Mark Pascoe didn't have a time earlier on, so that gets him in for now. Okay, Darren Shepherd and Alan Phillips. Well, 12.66 improvement of a couple of seconds actually from earlier for Darren. Johnny Marriage with a Miss White Beetle. Kestrel Lane. Johnny is currently number 2 with a 10.67. Up against the fantastic looking Velociraptor of James Wooten, the Carmen gear. Well, Johnny Marriage, hopefully that did just jump out of gear and it didn't break something. $11.43 at 117 is, I think, an improvement for James Wooten. Well, I think, judging by the fact that we have marshals sprinting to go and get the dollies, they really are fit. And we have a lane swap going on. The car is stranded, so that is something that that broke. Chris, like a complete racehorse, sprints out to get the dollies. And Mark Elchingham will be number one qualifier at the end of this session because he's already number one and there's no one left to beat him. Carl was a bit lazy off the starting line earlier. If he can iron that out, he will be in the nines without fail. Wow, casually pulls the wheels up, parks 60 foot. That one looks very quick indeed. It is a 9:17, 152 miles an hour. Well, knocking on the door of the eights. That's pretty outstanding. Johnny Marriage, unfortunately, being removed. Down there on the starting line. Before we go into competition bike qualifying session number 2. We hope everybody's enjoyed what they've seen today. We still have another scheduled. Let's have a quick look. Where are we on the run order? Okay, we are about half an hour-ish behind, something like that, there or thereabouts. We've still got comp bike to go, junior drag bike, Sportsman and VW Sportsman. And then we sort of start all over again, kind of, due to time constraints anyway. So yeah, we still got Pro Mod Comp and other stuff to go once again. Very quickly as well, while we have a quiet moment, the Santapod team did put out a message about this, but they'd like me to mention it again and again and again. The pits at the top end up there in a certain area need clearing on Saturday night, please. So please make sure they are. You can still go and, if you need to stay on site, you can go somewhere else, but that area needs to be clear for first thing Monday morning. Thank you. I'll mention that again. It should be Sunday. You are right. Thank you very much indeed to the voice in my ear for correcting that. Everyone panicking like mad because they think, hang on, how are we going to do that? Sorry about that. Sunday night at the end of the event, not Saturday. What day is it today? Just checking. Can't remember. Thank you. Dan Diaz down there with the booster. Really nice 60 foot early on today. The bike quit about 100 foot out. Let's see if he can keep it pinned this time. 124 to 60, slightly slower, but this is going to be a full run. 726 at 206 miles an hour. I'm sure they'll take that. Yeah, every increment was slightly slower, but who cares? Oh, and number 2 qualifier as well. Forgot that bit. Okay, Mike Piggott, who is number 1, who went 720 earlier on. Comp bike is absolute shark tank these days, to say the least. Johnny Marriage, unfortunately, gets wheeled back on sort of like 8 extra wheels. So 720 was the number Mike ran earlier. What can he do this time? That's another glorious looking run. 716, even quicker. 202. Over 200 again. So these two are your numbers 4 and 5 in comp bike at the moment. Both run in the 760s. Patrick Rawnsley in the Kestrel lane. Chris Neary in the Slick Tricks lane. The number you see on the board at the finish line, 16.20, is the bump spot for the 8 bike field for competition bike. I'm sure we have more bikes than that though. Well, Patrick Rawnsley blows the tyre off almost instantly. Not sure if this is going to be an improvement on a 68 from before. Still goes 7.99 at 191. Was not hanging around at all. Pete Slater, Paul Hambidge. Unbelievably, both these two in the 7s, and they're nearly on the bump. Amazing. Both of them kind of underperformed by their usual high standards. Both went in the 7.9s. They can go way quicker than that. Well, Paul Hambidge gets over towards the wall and lifts. 7.41 at 192 for Pete Slater. That was more like it. That actually takes him to number 4 at the moment. Number 1 is still Mike Piggott. Underneath the tower, the last 2 machines. Qualifying for Tom Bike. Jasmine Cordell in the Slick Tricks lane, and Matthias Van from the Netherlands with a bike that looks quite familiar actually. Normally a pro stocker. I think it is actually still a pro stocker. Even though the bikes look identical, they are very different underneath. One is, well, we'll probably find out in a minute it's not, but one is very heavily regulated, 4-cylinder carburetors, whereas Jasmine's bike, cylinder head's different, and does have nitrous on board as well, which gives it a real extra kick. Well, Jasmine is long gone in the Slick Tricks lane. 784 at 171, slowing up a bit. A 901 at 144 for Matthias actually does get him for now into the number 8 spots. Okay, junior drag bike. I think we've got junior drag bike, Sportsman ET, and VW Sportsman. And then that will be the second qualifying session for everybody over and done with as well. And we start all over again. Kind of. Okay, Isaiah Alvarez, VW Sportsman into the lanes, please. We could have VW Sportsman, please. Junior drag bike. They qualify, unlike the dragsters, based on ET. That will be a 9:48 for Rico Patterson, and a breakout for Isaiah Alvarez by only 100th of a second. Okay, George McLean in the Kestrel lane, and the one and only Jackson King, who currently sits at number 16. So Jackson looking for 13.31. Wants to move up a lot higher than 16, obviously. Oh, breaks out by just over a tenth. And breaks out by 600ths. No improvement for either, needless to say. Okay, Charlie London from Corby in the Slick Tricks lane, and Kyan Lester on the other side. Well, both of them looking for 13-second elapsed times on the 8th mile. Looks like Kyan's gone way past. 13.81 on a 75. That'll work. Let's see where that puts him when our screen refreshes. Which it won't, because the bike in the other lane didn't make it, unfortunately. So, quick retriever job. Well, the quickest way by the looks of it is bringing the bike back to the starting line. So, especially not on the sticky bit as well. That's a good looking run. Both Chris. Going out for a jog with your leathers and your helmet on. One way of doing it. Okay, Isha Harris and Declan Butt, the next pair. Declan has had a great summer racing. So Declan is already towards the top, qualified at number 4. .877 and 10.26. 10th of a second too quick for Aisha. And Declan stays number 4. Okay, the smallest racing Cordell. That's Darcy down there. Really. Looks like someone stepped on that bike in the middle to make it dip so she can fit on it and put her feet down. Just looks super cool. Up against Alia Lester in the other lane. Good luck, Darcy. .948, not bad. See what Darcy can do. Trying to run 15 flat. And she runs 15 flat with a 2. She is the number 1 qualifier for junior drag bike. Well done to the Cordells. Awesome stuff. Got your own cheering section as well. That's great to see. Sophie Pollen and Maggie Smallman. Still lots more juniors to go before we get back on 4 wheels to finish out the second session. Okay, Sophie Pollen looking for 8.98. 2 8-second runners lining up side by side. 8:58 and 8:73 too quick. Although Maggie Smallman with that run, the 50 on the 40, moves her up to number 3. Okay, John McLean, otherwise known as Spud in the Kestrel lane, against George Puffett. $12.23 and 11.88. John McLean actually moves up to number 4. George Parfitt, I'm sure, ran earlier, but that apparently, according to the screen, drops him in at number 16. Harry Isaacs and Leah Morrison. Harry in the Kestrel lane. Leah, who's had, once again, a great summer touring round with her dad and all the bike racing family. $8.20 and $9.91. Leah moves up 1 spot to 8. Harry jumps all the way up to 3. Sam Hope with Dad and Grandad on the start line to help him out too, against the one and only Brad Morrison, who is number 2. Qualifier currently. Sam goes 8.99 with a 9 too quick. And a 10.03 for Brad. Guess what? Same story. Too quick, both sides. Okay, the last bike, I think, before we get onto 4 wheels, Lyra. It's Lyra Humber with the Rugrats Honda. So 19 bikes qualified so far. A junior drag bike. Lyra stays put, breaks out by 0.2 of a second. Okay, just our 2 Sportsman door car classes to run. That's where you were, Brett. Brett Caldwell just messaged me to say he had to watch that run from home. And I'm sure he dropped his tea, but there we go. Okay, Sportsman ET, Ricky Hale and Aaron Springford. Aaron doesn't actually have a time for some reason, even though he did run earlier on. $12.26 for Aaron on a 25. Number 1. Number 1. That's the way to do it. In the other lane, though, in the number 3 was pretty special as well. Okay, Kirsty Tram and Clive Dandridge. Kirsty early on was a little bit off pace, but only by her usual high standards. Clive wasn't. Okay, Kirsty looking for 12.20 this time. The car normally tickles the 11s. And it goes 12.22. That'll work. Number 2, Clive Dandridge with a 12.64 and a 60. Where did he end up? Let's have a quick look. Number 7. Mudflat Matty with a message change on the back again, saying very bad man, but really was. That's as much as I can read from here, mate. Sorry, my eyes ain't no good. Lewis Gilbert. These two, 23 and 28 at the moment. Well, that moves Matt up to 14 and Lewis up to 20 that time round. Brian Huxley, the one and only Brian Huxley. There are 4 Huxleys racing in competition again this weekend. In fact, 3 generations, I think, of Huxleys racing this weekend. That's Brian in the comment against Calamity Jane McCready. That's what she calls herself. I'm not being rude. He's actually very, very good. You can tell Brian's been doing this a while if you look at the scoreboard for his reaction time. That's pretty impressive out of street car. Out of any car. Especially a street car. Well, 1581 moves him up 2 spots. Jane drops way off to a 1627. Okay, Chris Creswell and Terry Attree this time. With the annoying snail. It's one word for a focus. Well, 2 actually, but 1 phrase. You get what I mean. Okay, Chris Creswell is way out in front. And he goes 14-0 again. Stays 8. And Terry Attree breaks out. Okay, up next, Roman and Steve Giles. I'm glad these two are paired up. Thank you very much indeed for the message, Steve. To say, obviously, the Sportsman ET Championship was taken by Mr. Lake once again, sewn up before this weekend. However, the Giles Family Championship is alive and kicking. Father and son, Steve and Rowan, a 10th and 11th, but only separated by 10 points and all to play for. Well, if you can't win the championship, might as well beat your kid. Well, you know. So, Steve at the moment is qualified a lot lower than Roman. A lot lower. And his kid beat him off the starting line too. $13.47 for Steve Giles. Actually does move him up 1 spot. Roman stays put. So Roman is going to get some serious brownie points, or qualifying points, I should say, on his dad at this rate. Jordan Griffin with the Seal. That's what that car is called. I'm not making that up. It's a BYD Seal in the Kestrel lane. And up against James Grew. Now, you saw James earlier with the mullet El Camino, and unfortunately it's busted a piston ring. However, he's run his tow car through scrutiny, which is that Touareg out there. And he said the joys of sportsman racing, being able to use the daily emergency. Should be back in the El Camino next season. Thank you ever so much for the note, James. But for now, he's got to try and run a 1580 with it. 1623 and a 1629. Gets in at 22. And a breakout in the other lane for Jordan Griffin. Okay, Alex Pryor and Troy Attree. Your next two. Okay, squeegeeing done. Calls them forward. So Alex with the Metro is Metro with the tow bar. Seriously, it's a 2-door Metro and it's got a tow bar. So 1, when was the last time you saw a Metro? 2, when was the last time you saw a 2-door Metro? And 3, anyone ever seen a Metro with a tow bar? So Troy goes 12.30, too quick. And Alex goes 15.20, very consistent actually. For Alex, Lorna Collins and Harry Redshaw. Mini against Mazda. Okay, Harry's down at 25 right now. Lorna's 13. And she'll stay 13, I think. And Harry stays 25. Both some way off of their dialings that time. Okay, Rob Creswell and Georgina Smith. I'm pretty sure both of these are their daily drivers as well. Both very good reaction times for street cars too. So needless to say, Rob's going to get there first. 14.65. 14.71, that's not bad. Georgina, yeah, Rob actually moves up to number 4. Georgina goes 19.14. Okay, Eva Huxley and Sophie Evans. Eva, the latest in a long line of racing Huxleys. A little too eager on the tree, but that doesn't matter. She'll still get a time. Sophie Evans way out in front with a BM. Hasn't actually got a time on the board yet. 13.77, that'll help. She's in at 24. Eva moves up a little bit actually to number 10. Al Medley with the Olds timer. In the Slick Tricks lane. And champ for 2025, Gary Lake. Again, when you've got a field this big and racing this close, it takes some doing. Really, really takes some doing to have the championship sewn up before the last round of the season even. Gary goes 14.05 and kind of there you go. That's why he's champion. Up to number 4. So Rich Palmer with the immaculately turned out family cat, the Jag, in the Kestrel lane, alongside Craig Flinders from Sheffield with the Ranger. Once again, proof if you ever need it. You can race whatever you want. So Richard, way out in front, is currently number 19. 13.51. That might help. It does, up to 13. Craig, nowhere near, unfortunately. Okay, Adam Wakefield and Dan Holloway. Pair of 12-second cars. Can we have Comp Eliminator, please, into the lanes? Comp Eliminator, please, if we could have you into the lanes. Well, Dan's going to get there first. 12.14 and 12.89. Adam Wakefield goes up to number 9. Dan up to number 6. Pretty good both sides. Jill Medley and Simon Swarbrick. Simon Swarbrick, 12.12, goes too quick in the 11s. Jill Medley, though, moves up to the 11th spot with a 12.59. So, Felicity Gibbs with the Mustang in the Kestrel lane didn't get to put in a run earlier. Don't know what the problem was. She got pushed back, but against Pete Walters. Pete goes too quick by 300ths. What's Felicity got? 7.23, 17.67. Actually gets in for the moment. In at number 23. Okay, Lily Stevenson. Currently number 1 qualifier. Currently leading the championship. As we move into VW Sportsman, the last class to complete the second cycle of qualifying. Against Nigel Gregson. Lily's dial-in isn't 18.10. It's 1387, but never mind anyway. 12.70. Did not help. Okay, Jerry Sadler and Josh Coling from Oxford. Jerry with the blue and white stripe beaten. Well, Jerry's going to get there first, I think. Too quick by 0.2 of a second. Josh, no help for him. 14.92. He stays at 20. Paul Robinson and Kate Lynn Wilson with the family Beetle. So Paul Robinson will go over the line first. Too quick. And Caitlin goes to number 2. 17.74 on 70. That's the way to do it. Well done, folks. Okay, Carrie Reid and George Miller with Sonic the TT. Well, George is going to get there first, and George goes 14.30 up to 7. Carrie improves 2 spots from 23 to 21. So, Larry Ainslow, both husband and wife racing this weekend. It's good to see Larry, currently number 6, up against Josh Lee. Josh in the Kestrel lane. A very, very handy 007 from Josh Lee. Larry, 13.95, actually moves her up to number 4, even higher. Well done, young lady. Breakout in the other lane, unfortunately, with a 14.42. John Gallant and Poppy Hunter. Your next pair, we've still got a few more pairs to go before we get into Comp Eliminator. And if the schedule follows the run order, or the run order follows the predetermined schedule, it's Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street, and then we've got a few classes starting their third qualifying sessions just to round out the day. $14.20, $14.30, up to 9, up to 7. Pair of them improved that time. Nigel Gregg with Thunderbird 4. It's the right size and shape. Against Dom Crawford. Doing the steering duties on the family Audi. And a very good job he's doing of it as well. 15.15. 15.16 for Dom. Up to number 2. Nigel Gregg breaks out, but well done, Mr. C. Excellent stuff. Hundredths of a second off. Bruce Harvey and Jackie Roan. Bruce Harvey does not have a run by his name. I think he rolled the lights earlier. This will do it. That Audi TT is called Can't Afford an R8. 14.23 will get him 19. Okay, Steve Metcalf with the VW Baja in the Kestrel lane against Tom Webb. Tom is some way out in front, as you'd expect, having a 2-second quicker dial-in, goes too quick. And Steve Metcalf actually improves by 3 spots. Still somewhere off his dial-in, though. Okay, Andy Cooper and Tom Circuit. That thing certainly looks fun to drive. I don't mean the Skoda. Well, they actually both dialed 1350, so this should be quite even. And it's nowhere near. It's the short answer. Neither improve. Kaz Waterhouse and the one and only Polly Judge. The only person I know that can make traffic stand still with a glance. And people, for that matter. Polly's 6 at the moment. Kaz is 19. $15.03 and $16.02. Polly breaks out by not that much, actually. Okay, last car in the class, I think, will be Jason Ainslow. His wife, Larry, is already, I think she's number 4. $13 flat goes $13.17 for Jason. He's in the top 10 as well. He's at number 8. My apologies, I didn't see these two under the tower. These are the last two. Justin Foley, who doesn't have a time on the board yet as well, and Jordan Clark. $14.05 and $14.12. Jordan actually bumps his way up to number 4. Justin, 21. At least he's in. That's the most important thing. Okay. Unfortunately, that looks rather terminal for Johnny Marriage. If you can see behind the tower, you can see the Miss White Beetle being loaded straight onto the trailer. There's no taking it back to the pits and trying to fix it or any of that malarkey. That's it, we're done. Right, before we get to Comp Eliminator, we have a very quick bit of track prep. So I'll give my voice a rest, thank God, everyone says, for a couple of moments before we get to Q3 for them. And right behind them, I think, are Pro Modified. Don't go anywhere.
rhythm. It's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you.
Yeah, come on.
We getting down with the sound of the old school vibe. Keep it alive with my tribe survive. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Come on, everybody don't stop.
Yeah, come on.
Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's a sound, everybody get down when we give it to you. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm.
Okay, we are back with Comp Eliminator, qualifying session number 3, very closely followed by Pro Modified Q3. Can we have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, please. That will be for your 3rd qualifying session of the day. Yeah, we don't have enough hours in the day to give everybody 3 runs, but we'll start and then finish tomorrow with everyone else. Spencer Tramp, Dan Williams, first pair, comp. Dan reaching for the sky once again. 10.95 is the index. He's been as quick as 10.19 so far this weekend. 10.15, even quicker. And Spencer stays put at 4. 11.26 on a 68. So Luke Stevenson, who put together 2 runs, which is what he was looking to do, mainly because he's in front. In with a shout for the very big shout, actually, as he's in the lead in the VW Pro Championship. Up against Reuben Dawson, your current number 1 qualifier. It's going to take a lot to knock him off as well. 8.80 is his index. With the Honey Wasp, he went 7.95 earlier today. So undramatic, Reuben's car. Go 7.95 again. I don't think for Luke that's going to be another 11 or 12 second run. Just started running now. Yeah, 15.0107. Well, 2 runs. Okay, Emma Goddard and Lloyd Perkins. Emma, who is currently in at number 3. 9.50 is her index. That front-wheel drive Integra has been down to 8.75. She's been even quicker than that before. That's what you do on the weekend that counts. Okay, and Lloyd Perkins from Basildon with the Supermod. A little bit soft on the 60 for Lloyd. Still goes 7.69 and an 8.78 for Emma. Check out the speed as well, 167 miles an hour. Comp Eliminator is all about how far you can go under your index. So basically based on the engine size and whether it's turbo, nitrous, whatever it might be, the car has to weigh a certain amount of pounds per cubic inch and combination, and you tune it to go as fast as it possibly can. Dave Swift with the AM Express. Went 7.18 earlier, still on the hunt for his first ever 6-second run with this car. So, venting the nitrous on the 632 cubic inch big block in there. Can he run a 6? Nope, not on that one. Died almost instantly. It's like the clutch dragged the engine down and it bogs, and that was it. Not sure whether he can be pushed back or they're going to refire him. Well, there's your answer. Going to be pushed back. I think, actually, he was the last car in Comp Eliminator before we go into Motorsport UK Pro Modified for the last session of the day. So the guy who is number 1 is still waiting the centre section for the rear end. The news is that one of Mark Hartveld's very, very kind crew, they took it out of the car, they took it out of the Voodoo Hemi, drove it down to Calais. It's coming over on the boat. Holly from David's team, driven down to Dover to go and get it, and it will be here, all being well, sometime this evening, going in the car, ready for tomorrow. Yeah, I know. There we go. Is that the plan? That wasn't bad then. That was a good guess, wasn't it? Not bad at all. Well, at least you get the day off, I suppose. You get a relaxing day before you got to work all night to put it back together again. But also, both Mark and Marion Hartveld want to say a big hi to everybody watching on the live stream. They're on vacation. Dick Coster, I think, is at the tracks pulling this weekend.
We also won't be seeing Andy Robertson in this session. It's not bad news. In fact, it's the opposite. They're quite happy, and they're going to check over the bearings tonight, and they've got 3 more stabs at the track tomorrow. So
cool. In the meantime, we have Jean Doulemont from Tarnos in the southwest of France. If you look up Tarnos on the map, which I am not ashamed to say I have, he turns left out of his house, drives 2 kilometres, and he's in Spain. It's that far south, as in south of France. It is virtually Spain. It's a long, blasted way. You think it's bad at the moment. Centre of France is about 33 today. That's quite some temperature for the end of September.
yeah, makes no. I feel better now. So Jean went 683 in the previous session, 212 miles an hour. The first time he's made a full pull with the car in the UK or in Europe. Struggling with getting it in reverse.
Here
again.
he comes.
Here we go.
Yeah, the car itself. How are you? Very well. Do you want to plug in for a second? Go on. Well, it's not very often that we have anyone volunteer themselves to come up here, so we're joined by the one and only David Vector. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Evening. Good evening. Well, you've kind of had a relaxing day that you didn't want, I guess.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So what was it? What broke?
The rear end. You were right.
Oh, okay.
We broke the center section and we borrowed that center section for the finals to Mark. So it was actually our repair was in Mark's car.
Okay.
So he took it out
still
today.
in his car.
Yeah, he took it out today. Like you said,
your first
brought
run.
it to Calais.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh well. Well, at least you're still able to race, and currently you're still number 1. Believe it
Yeah.
or not. Yeah.
Has to stay that way.
Just. Well,
Maybe.
I'm sure everyone else is going to have a good stab at it. To be honest with you.
Yeah, the weather is better than the afternoon run, so I think they're going to step up, and we're not going to be.
This is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Like nice cool air. The racetrack's still warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really
This is
good.
awesome.
So Jean Doulemont for his second run. It's great, isn't it? Look, John Webster is number 5.
Well,
Well.
not this car then.
No, unfortunately, bit of a double step on the starting line for Jean Doulemont. Yeah, that won't be anything that improves him. But that's all about, I mean, getting to learn a new car as well is quite a lot, isn't it?
It is, and this is such a beautiful car. If you have time, you should go there and look at it. It's beautiful.
You're being jealous of a nitrous car. Are you sure?
No, I'm not jealous. I
Appreciative.
yeah. There's so much equipment in that car. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So much going on.
Well, very good friend of mine, we talk about this sort of thing quite a lot. And just the sheer amount of pro mod cars in the US, both the outlaw cars, I mean, all the 8th mile cars and things like that. There's just hundreds of them, isn't there? There's so many. And that car is just one of, I mean, that was, I'm not going to say that wasn't a competitive car, but it wasn't one of the top of the line cars when it was in the US. There's every chance it will be here.
Oh yeah,
But,
absolutely.
But even that, and this man helps a lot as well, designing the paint schemes for them, don't you?
Sometimes. And what's great about European Pro Mod is, unlike in America where there are so many and they've split off into their own sections where you've got only nitrous, only boost, only etc. We have everything, all coming together. They still do run all combinations of Power Radar in the NHRA, but you're lucky to get 1 or 2 nitrous cars at those events at the moment. So.
And I think in Europe, the 3 combinations that we can run are really equal.
Very equal.
And that's
very,
nice.
very
That's
equal.
super nice. This year was more turbo car year, but it has everything to do with the weather. If the weather is like what we had in the finals was 2,200 feet of air, then turbos have more advantage over us.
Okay. You lose power with it like that. It was quite high up as well today as well, wasn't it? I think?
Yeah. We started high up this morning.
But when he ran, I mean, he ran 569 back in April now, that wasn't it? Middle of April. He did that.
In some pretty incredible conditions for that event as well.
Exactly. Well, everything has to align for that to happen.
Yeah, exactly. All the stars aligned at that moment. What's going on here? Yeah.
Well, there we go. So, you ever fancy driving a turbo car? Why not, I suppose? No, not really. I bet the blown car's pretty fun.
Yeah. It is.
So, Andrei Arnova, all the way from Estonia. This is his last, well, we said that last year and he turned up in Malta in November, but last race of the season. That's the one,
yeah.
Look at that. 391 to the 8th, 588 again at 250 miles an hour. I'm pretty sure they were looking for a lot more than another 588, which is what he ran earlier.
It looked like it, right?
Yeah.
That is to the 1,000th of the second what he ran already.
Wow.
Well, the thing is as well, I mean, they got the 60 foots down to 0.96, 0.97, which is really hauling for a turbo car. 391 at 197 for the 8th. Turbo cars really back half, don't they? I mean, obviously you've raced plenty of turbo cars, so you know what happens. Can you see them creeping up on you in your vision?
Yeah, like with the finals where I lost against Jere.
Yeah.
It was the last moment. You're in the car like, yeah, we're gonna win this one, and then choof, he comes by and
Right at the end. Well, we've got one more car in the class. Good friend of yours, I'm sure, Michelle. Yeah, no John Webster in this one, no Andy Robinson, unfortunately. And not you either. He does look like he wants to have a fight with the car every time, you know? It's like, it's aggressively enthusiastic, I think is the phrase.
I love this stuff.
It's great, isn't it? It's super funny. Well, all of them do it as well. I mean, he's not here this weekend, but the big guy who's normally with him, he just stands there and he hollers and cheers at the top of his voice in the burnout box as well. It's really cool. So this car, you know quite a lot. Just tell us where this car came from, because I'm sure you know.
This is an old car from El Anabi. He took it out from Saudi Arabia, actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
So he bought it there. This car went fast all the time.
It is now as well.
Yeah.
I mean, now they seem to have got the combination sorted out. It's like straight every single run.
From here, they can only step up. These guys know what they're doing, and they're gonna be fast.
Well, see if it does it this time. So at the European finals, really good in qualifying. In eliminations, really good in the first half, but in the back half, the car seemed to stutter, and it did it earlier on again today. I don't know whether they know what it is, but 384 to the 8th, 586 at 243 miles an hour. So really quickly, one thing I want to ask, still didn't improve, believe it or not, but the back half, 2.02. Now, you've been way quicker than that in the back half before.
That's actually slowing down. Yeah.
So what causes it? Is it like not leaning it out enough that does that, or not being as aggressive?
Usually being too rich at in the third gear, in high gear.
Okay.
And that slows you down.
But that means you don't burn the engine up, I guess. That's the
correct.
The saving part,
Yeah. That's really what's really destroying the part. The scariest part of a Pro Mod is putting it in third gear, and then you put so much load on the motor because you don't have any gear ratio left.
Okay.
Right. It's a 1-to-1 gear ratio in third gear, in high gear. And then you put so much load on the engine. If you lean it out at that point, you go fast, but only once. Right?
That makes perfect sense. Yeah. Well, the thing is though, some cars back half just better than others, and I guess, or quicker than others, I should say. But that's just what the settings are like, I guess.
It is. Yeah.
Well, this down here on the starting line, just an exhibition run for JC Grant with the 2JZ powered Porsche, another car. Have you had a chance to have a look at this?
Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Very, very pretty indeed. Built by Luke, who's down there on the starting line, and Andy. And obviously you've known JC for a while as well, I'm guessing.
Yeah, for quite a long time now. We spent a lot of time talking via Instagram about designs and the like. But yeah, also a lot of the carbon work on this has been overseen by Craig Monroe. It's just, as you say, stunning from top to bottom. Been in the 1.0s to the 60 foot already. Been in the 7.0s. Looking for that magic 6.
104 to 60 foot. Little bit of a wander.
That's a 6.
Oh, 702, 197 miles an hour. Only getting quicker. Well, David, I hope you get everything fixed for tomorrow. And we really appreciate your time. Thanks for coming, spending it with us.
Thank you very much.
Sorry you're not out there running quicker than the rest of them still. But you're still number one. Okay, Super Street Bike, last session. See you later, pal. Look after yourself. Okay, yeah, Super Street Bike. Show me. I'm being like my kids now. Every time I show them.
I do this. I hand drew it for them a few years.
Ah, wow. Awesome. Okay, Kostas Giannopoulos and Martin Hallett getting so close to the sixes. Went 7:08 earlier today, over 200 miles an hour. Let's see what Kostas can do as well. Brad standing there nervously watching his bike go down the track. Whoa, Kostas. I guess all the boost came in at once. 7:27 at 2:07 for Martin. Well, that's the first run he hasn't improved today. Okay, we've got Top Fuel Bike as well down there, I think. And then we're on with Q3 of Pro ET. So, Ross Morrison and the one and only Mr. Jake Michelle, who is your number one qualifier. Again, 6.72 on his second run with a brand new engine earlier on today. Let's see what he's got for us in the last session of the day for Super Street Bike. Perfect weather. Hardly any breeze. Warm racetrack. Cool air. Wow, Jake, goodness me. 7:10 at 2:04 for Ross Morrison on Gary Bow's bike. I think the breather or something came off there just at the finish line. Well, that was fun, Gary, even though you weren't on it, I'm sure. Jake, goodness knows how he managed to hang on to that. That was definitely both wheels off the ground at some point again. He still went 7:21 at 202 miles an hour. Yeah, there's definitely something popped off of Ross's machine. at the top end. But great bit of riding by Jake, just not to take off. So we've got a few more classes left today. You've got a couple more Super Street bikes left. We've got Top Fuel Bike right after them. Then Q3 of Pro ET, then Super Pro, Junior Dragster, VW Pro, Sportsman ET and VW Sportsman will be a wrap for Friday at the National Finals. So if you're wondering why some classes have got 3 sessions today and some have got 2, that's because we're going to continue tomorrow morning with everybody else that hasn't got a chance, or hasn't had a chance yet to get in the 3rd qualifying session. Okay, can Mr. Morrison pinch that number 1 spot back? Currently, Jake occupies it with a 672. He has been 673. Straight, strong. What a great looking run. 671 at 221. He leapfrogged Jake and takes back the number 1 spot. Check the speed out as well. 221 miles an hour. That's what Super Street Bike has been like all summer, and we love it. Okay, we're on a very, very brief pause while we get Top Fuel Bike ready to go round here. Yeah, Ryan Davison, I think, just got caught out because he didn't have his crash helmet on, and the track crew said, "Yeah, it's you. Let's go." So it won't be a minute. Okay, Top Fuel Bike qualifying for now. Steve Wallach is number 1 at 6:36. Number 2 with a 6:41 is Jerry Lukes. Number 3 with 6:48 is Neil Midgley. Also Phil Crossley, we haven't seen since the first qualifying session. Okay, so yeah, Ryan Davidson getting himself suited up, gloved up and everything, and ready to go. Phil Crossley is actually in this session, which is good news. And we're back. Ryan Davidson with the Meteor missile. So let's hope Ryan can continue with his licensing. All being well, around about half track, something like that would be really, really good. He's definitely got the launch down. So good luck. Well, that was definitely the right thing to do. He still runs a 4 at the 8th mile, coasting 104 to 60 foot. A 10-second run. I think that may well count. There's a very, very good step towards getting his license. Well done, Ryan. Excellent stuff. And dead straight as well, which is one of the most important things on a top fuel bike. Okay, underneath us right now, Phil Crossley and Jerry Lukes. Well, let's hope it all comes together for Phil Crossley. He has run in the low 6s on this bike. The bike has it in it. The rider definitely does. Up against Jerry Lukes with the Rocket. Personal best for him earlier today, 6.41 on the 3-cylinder blow machine in the Kestrel lane. Into the gloom on a September evening. Well, great looking run for both of them. Jerry goes 6.83, a 6.66 for Phil Crossley. 207 miles an hour. He makes it all the way down the track. Well done, guys. Well, Jerry slows up to a 6.53. My apologies. I thought I said 83. But still, two really good A to B runs. Jerry was much quicker to the 8th mile, 4.15 at 176 miles an hour. But Phil Crossley and the whole Imperial Wizard team overjoyed, I think. Also jumped up to number 4 qualifier. So everybody in Top Fuel Bike is in the 6s. With one more to go. Well, that definitely stepped out on the burnout. This is Neil Midgley. Out of the top 5 quickest runs on the planet, I think this bike's got at least a couple of them. And the top 5 quickest riders as well, it's got 2 out of 5 as well. And the other one's not far behind either. The bike itself has been down in the 560s, which is what Rickard Gustafsson was doing a couple of weeks ago here in conditions exactly like this. I'm pretty sure they haven't got it turned up to run quite like that, but it's still a sight to behold when it runs right, which it always does. It's always strong. So good luck to Neil Midgley, last qualifying for Top Fuel Bike. He's currently in number 3 with a 6.48, clicked it off way early. He's got a lot more in it than that. What a gorgeous looking run all the way through for Neil Midgley. 6.31 at 215 miles an hour. Still comparatively soft. It sounded like it was missing a little bit on the way down. 4.13 at 186 is not bad at all. but it's not as quick as he possibly could go. However, he nabs the number 1 spot after day 1. Great day for Top Fuel Bike. Okay, qualifying session 3. Here we go. Pro ET. Okay, Zach Duncan. And Adrian Portelli. Okay, yeah, Zach Duncan and Adrian Portelli. So Zach at the moment is on the outside looking in. We start this final qualifying session of the day for Pro ET with a number of big hitters not in. Okay, Adrian Portelli safe at 15. Oh, look at that, up to number 7. Zach Duncan breaks out by over a 1/10 of a second, but puts in a good full run all the same. He actually backed out of it as well to only 106 miles an hour. Well done. So at the moment, number 32 on the bump is Martin Moore. Zach Duncan is number 33. Lee Morris, Tom Watkins and Colin Morris are the 3 on the outside looking in. Wow. I know it's only day 1, but you don't want to be going into tomorrow not qualifying. Don Scott, John Turner, both safe. (9.10) and a 9.86 on an 81. They stay 2 and they stay 19. Guy King, Jordan Cowley. Jordan's doing such a great job. Only licensed 2 weeks ago. Almost exactly 2 weeks ago. Qualified for the event. Went around. This weekend he's now qualified number 11. Up against Guy King, who is 24. Not years old, qualified. Guy King airing out the front of that big Chevelle once again. .1000 for Jordan Cowley, your number 1 qualifier. Guy King goes up to number 6 with a 31.8. Jordan is number 1. Goodness me. Told you he did all right. Bill Wilson with the Graffiti Racing Ford F100 from all the way down there in Ashford against Laura Payton. So Bill Wilson, safe. Laura Bainton, safe. Laura goes 43 and Bill Wilson 10.80. No improvement for either, but still a couple of really good looking runs. That's what they've been looking for, to be honest with you, for a while now. Ronnie Mercer, Bob Molden, both these 2 top 10. They will both be safe, I'm pretty sure. So Bob trying a better number 5. 9:44, no improvement. 10:27, Ronnie Mercer. Sorry, 37, my apologies. No improvement on either side, but still 2 good consistent runs. Okay, Simon Innes and Michelle Walker, your next 2. Michelle is currently 24, Simon is 27. Depending on how this qualifying session goes, that might not be as comfy as it sounds. .10.74 too quick for Simon Innes, but only just. Michelle Walker. Michelle Walker 700ths off, improves 1 spot. Colin Morris, Jess Bishop. Jess Styles an 8.99 for the first time ever. Colin Morris. Now this is huge because Colin Morris in the Camaro in the Kestrel lane is currently number 2 in the championship with a shout. Good shout of taking it. However, at the moment, he's not qualified. Jess will get there first. All eyes on the Camaro, which goes 9.92. They can breathe again. Up to number 16 for Colin Morris. They look absolutely nonplussed. They've done this a while, so they should. Okay, that's now bumped out the Chevette, I'm pretty sure. These 2, 22 and 27, Mark Huxley, Matthew Dowdy. So Mark is, Mark's 22. Looking for 9.81, 11.21 for Matthew. Mark's got a good looking run going, but will it be good enough? 9.86 stays 22. Matthew actually improves 1 spot. 700ths off, sorry, 800ths off even. 27, I think that was, something like that. Okay, Dave Rudd on his own in the Banzai Cobra. Dave's safe. He's number 20. It's very important to get qualified well on day 1, just in case, because you don't know what's going to happen for the rest of qualifying, or if the rest of qualifying is even going to happen. Depending on weather and track conditions and everything else as well. So it's important to make the most of it early. Dave went 9.74. Sorry, the scoreboard's gone out up there. That was no improvement for Dave Rudd. 9.74 at 136. Darren Huxley. On his own. Well, Philippa Turton's not going to be making this one, unfortunately. Looking for 11.25, went 005 on the tree. No improvement, stays 29. Okay, Susie McClure and Martin Moore. Susie, not comfortable. She's 31 at the moment. Qualified position, not years old. In the slick tricks lane, looking for 960. Martin, with the Chevette, isn't in at the moment. It really just has some seriously wild proportions, that car. Love it. Well, Martin Moore goes from the outside to number 5. 9.55 with a 1 on a 55. Susie McClure gets bumped back to the bump spot with a 9.56. Let's have a quick look and see who's not in. Okay, in the drop zone. So Philippa Turton is now on the bump spot, unfortunately for them. Lee Morris and Tom Watkins are still on the outside. Billy Everett isn't safe either. Jack McClure, John Bean, your next two. Both very safe, 18 and 19. John Bean will get there first, and he gets there with an 8 with a 9. 11.45 for Jack McClure does actually improve up to 15. 200ths off gets you in the top half after 2.5 qualifying sessions. Okay, one of those on the outside looking in, coming up right now. Tom Watkins with Doris the Dodge. 9.06. I think he's broken out twice in a row. Only just each time, but it all still counts anyway. Brett Featherstone with the Nova Scotia, using the nitrous this time. Well, 9.07 for Brett, up to 18, but Tom Watkins does what he needed to do. 9.07 on a 9.06. Unbelievably, only number 11. However, doesn't matter, he's in. So who was that bumped out now? Philippa Turton is on the outside looking in at the moment. She's down there in the slick tricks lane alongside Amy Watkins, who is safe at 19. So in the drop zone, goodness me, Nick Muggeridge isn't far off it either. So Lee Morris and Philippa Turton and Susie McClure, very, very close indeed. Currently, Philippa needs to be pretty close to that 10.46. While Amy will get there first, and she goes 9.71. Philippa goes 10.73, does not improve, stays, unfortunately for her, at number 34. Okay, Nick Muggeridge and Charlie Seward. Charlie is 9, very, very unusually for Nick Muggeridge, and then once again, I know I keep saying this, but it's very important. This could have very big championship implications, excuse me, if Nick Muggeridge doesn't improve his qualified time, because currently he's number 29, which is right at the bottom, whereas everybody around him and that's chasing him is much higher up, which means they're going to gain on him before we even start eliminations. It's only if he doesn't improve, of course. $8.93. As if by magic. Nick Mugridge up to number 7. That's the one he was after. 8 thou away from being perfect. That's why he's in the lead in the championship. When the pressure moment turns up, he was ready. Well done, young man. So, the next poor soul in the drop zone, Billy Everett. 9.50 is the dial in this time for that wicked looking duster. Against Dave Cherritt, who is number 18. I think this is the last couple of pairs of cars, and we're done with day 1 of qualifying for Pro ET. Well, 001 for Bill. Nice reaction time, but he wants the elapsed time. 967 stays number 32 for Bill on the bump spot. Dave Cherritt breaks out. Okay, these two pretty safe. Ruben Dawson in at 15. Neil Watkins 28. I think they've got another 2 sessions scheduled for tomorrow. Again, all dependent on track and weather conditions and everything else as well. I'll have to see how that pans out. Hopefully at least one more. Cracking 01 light for Neil. Ruben, though, is long gone looking for that 883. Goes 881 with a 0. No improvement because he broke out. Neil Watkins does himself a favour, though. Up to 16 with a 44 on a 42. Last pair, and we are on with Super Pro ET. Tom Kay and Doug McClure with the slug cess. Double 09 for the little dragster with Tom Kay. Wow, look at that. Number 10 for Tom. 10.12 or a 10.11. That is how you do it. That's a wrap for qualifying for today for Pro ET. As tight and competitive as you would expect. So, Super Pro. Pete Nee Memorial Super Pro. Qualifying session number 3 as well. Currently qualified number 6. The man in at second place in the championship. That's Tom Atkinson with The Time Is Money Cortina. Alongside Colin, I'm Scottish honestly, Miller. I only say that because he spent most of the time not in Scotland, really. So, Aaron's number 1 with the Sportsman car. Can Colin do the same? Those new tyres working so well for Colin. 750 with the 3. He's number 1. That's both of you. The pair of you together, both Aaron and Colin, number 1. Tom goes 8:48, breaks out. Unbelievable. Both Colin Miller and his crew chief, Aaron Springford, are number 1 in their respective classes. Outstanding stuff. They've obviously learned a lot. Well, they knew a lot anyway, but you know what I mean. So Daniel Giles with the long car. And Dave Russell. With the supercharged blancmange, as it's known. Two very different ways of doing the same thing. Are you running in Super Row? One a lot quicker than the other, but it doesn't matter. You've got to run based on your ET. .736 for Daniel, goes up to number 7. Dave Russell breaks out by 400. Okay, AC Bell with the pork and beans dragster. Not been any quicker than a 9 so far today. And Billy Gain. This time round dials 760, which is the number 4. Obviously 760 heads up. Kind of class name gives it away, really. Also, for Pro Street, which is where he's been out racing. Class sponsors for 2025, AJS Bodywork, A-Leak Roofing, Orders Automotive, Bath Bloke, The Cud Life, Dolly's Gift Box, Figures for Figures, FlexiWeight Environmental Services, Garage Thomas Haas, Giles and Hartley Racing, Giles Services Limited, Good Vibrations Motorsport, Harry's Coachworks and Pit Equipment, and Hauser Race Cars. And I will pause there for a moment while this pair do their thing. Oh wow, 760 with a 1. Billy Gain takes the number 1 spot. Dead on with a 1. Well, Colin Miller had it for about 5 minutes. AC goes 10.4. Unfortunately, no improvement for him. Yeah, Colin Miller had the number 1 spot for about 5 minutes, but he'll still be happy, I'm sure. Okay, yeah, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Waters Dental, HR Racing, Hydro Hose, JK Farland's Technic, Mersch Manifolds, MJC Property Solutions, Pete Waters Race Design, Plain Racing, Powered Co, Premier Rosettes, S&B Racing, Slick Tricks Racing, Solo Precision, Surrey and Berkshire Scaffolding Limited, Swinny and Son, Team Time is Money, Ultra Plastics, Waters Motorsport, Windscreen Wizards, Off the Trailer, 50 quid plus a medal. That's the number 1 qualifier after the first session. The main award is the best reaction time in qualifying, 200 quid and a trophy. And the bounty hunter is 50 quid on Scott Hauser because he won the last event. So whoever takes him out will take that on race day. Callum Swim Chat, Jacqueline Bartlett. 2 proud graduates of the Junior Dragster School of Doing Things. Jacqueline dials a 783. Jacqueline goes 783 with an 8. She is your number 4 qualifier. Break out the other lane for Callum. Didn't take her long, did it? So the man who does have the bounty on his head, that's Scott Hauser down there with the family dragster. Up against your points leaders, and I say leaders because they've been sharing driving. In the seat this weekend, Bradley Dibwell. Looking on, his dad Alan. Too quick. And Brad actually does himself a big favour. 100th of a second off. Moves up to number 7. Very, very tight at the top in Super Pro though. Like, really close. So, just to let you know what's coming up for the rest of the day. Finish up Super Pro. We've got Junior Dragster qualifying session number 3. And then VW Pro, Sportsman ET, and VW Sportsman, and we're done. So, Bailey Ashdown and Lee Huxley. Bailey looking for an 8.12. Well, Lee goes too quick by 200ths. And Bailey goes 8.18 on an 8.12. No improvements. Okay. VW Pro into the lanes, please, if you're not already there. VW Pro, please, if you're not already there. Into the lanes. Al Schofield with the blown small block. This time dials a 7.18. The car was a lot slower than that earlier in the year. I'm guessing it was either second gear or wasn't Transbrake launching. But now, the thing is pretty wicked, to say the least. Up against Josh Duncan with the sound investment. So, Dorkart against Dragster one more time. Last 2 pairs of cars before we move into Junior Dragster. Look at that from Alan Schofield. 7.19 and a 7.85. Josh Duncan breaks out. Alan Schofield goes to the number 8 spot. Only 100th of a second off, but he's only number 8. What a run for Josh Duncan as well. 7.85 at 1.69 again. So, Mark Coulsell back in the hot seat. Taking it back from his lad after last weekend. And Andy Thetford, who had a great run earlier. Down into the 7s again. Take for a bit more of that. No, unfortunately, it won't happen. The crew telling him to switch it off. Very nice looking sedate run for the ball breaker. Will it be an 8:30? It's an 8:34. That's more like it. Still number 14 though. But 400's off. I'm sure they'll take that after all the grief they've been through in the past few months, really. Okay, the last pair before we move into VW Pro. No, I beg your pardon, Junior Dragster first, then VW Pro. That's Mark Bailey. Sportsman ET into the lanes as well, please. Could we have Sportsman ET, please, into the pairing lanes as we wind down on Friday evening. Just gone 7 o'clock. Still got the last few classes to get their qualifying runs in. So Mark Bailey is currently 9. Leah Kellett in at 13. Yeah, Leah's car's not broken. She's going to run him down at the top end. It will be very close over the stripe. Mark Bailey goes 8.76 with a 2, breaks out, and so does Leah by 0.06 of a second. Okay, I think we may be there with Super Pro. Just waiting to see if Andy Thetford is going to refire. Sorting the parachute out. I think so. Well, for the second time of asking. So Andy Thetford just reheats the tyres a little bit. I'm sure they'll make the engines warm enough. It was running for a little while before. Okay, 7.61 is the last island on the board for the day in Super Pro. Okay, good luck, Andy. And unfortunately, bumped through stage. Sadly not going to happen. So the juniors are ready to go for their last qualifying session of the day. So the first pair of the evening session for Junior Dragster. Teddy Howe and Sam Hiscock. Don't forget, qualify based on reaction time, so the numbers that come up at the top of the board are the important ones. And they both went 1-0. 1-0-0 for Sam, and 1-0-2 for Teddy. Not sure if that's going to help. It does actually. Sam actually bumps up to number 16. Okay, Lola Bell Kent and Daniel Todd. So Daniel rolls it in with the Dragon Slayer in the Kestrel lane. Zero, 1 for Lola. So that's both Lola and Frankie in the top 5, I think. It is. Lola's number 4, Frank's number 1. Not bad. Okay, Kendra Redshaw and Jake Cooper this time. Well, that was a really nice 0.22 for Jake. That's going to take him up to number 8. Good move. Kendra doesn't move. She stays at 14. So Frankie Kent just watched his sister bump up to number 4. He is number 1. Looking to stay there, obviously. Wow, Frank goes 0-1 red. There was only one way he could really go after a 002. A very nice 0-1 for Ted Sullivan, though. We'll move him up to number 5, I think. It is, number 5. Frankie stays number 1. Ted in the top 5. Gray Smith with the Boost Monkey Jr. Slick Tricks Lane against Amelia Innes. Both these two on the front page. By that I mean top 16. Amelia is number 11. It's got an 03, so they really are trying to nail it down in this last qualifying session. That was an 05 red from Grace. Amelia with a 09 will not help either of them, unfortunately. Better to get it out of the way in qualifying, though. Molly Openshaw, Finley Fag, your next two. Now, the thing is as well, also, as any racer will tell you, as the gloom gathers, your eyes react quicker to light when it's darker. And that is one of the reasons that some, if not a lot of them, could be red lighting as well. So, Finn will be in the left lane or the Kestrel lane. Molly on the slick trick side. Well, Finn goes red by 006. Oh, so close. Molly with a really nice 04, but she was already much better than that earlier on in qualifying. So, Chloe Cromwell and Oscar Young, your next two. Chloe from Horsham in the Kestrel lane, and Oscar in the Santapod Rent-A-Ride over there in the Slick Tricks lane. No real help for either, both starting with a 1 for their action times. Actually, Chloe does bump up to 19 from 21 with a 0.17. So I lied. Okay, Emily Phillips and Harry Peters. Emily with a little alligator in the Kestrel lane, and Harry with the Raptor. Alligator versus Raptor. Interesting matchup. I wonder who would win. I'm talking real life, not junior dragsters, by the way. Just in case you're wondering. So, Harry's in the top 10 at the moment. Emily still isn't, unfortunately. She goes red by 0.13. Got a big red light, unfortunately. Harry with a 0.2. Emily's still qualified. Doesn't matter where you qualify, you've got to be in it to win it, so to speak. So, Luke Mugridge. Champion election, junior dragster is number 8. Against Tom Peters. Wow, bang on for both of them. Luke was 016, Tom was 014. I don't think that's going to move him much. No, Luke stays 8. Tom Peters up to number 9. But Luke's had 2 0-1 lights, so you can't really knock that. Ada Kasisi and Kai Cooper, your next pair. Ada, currently number 22. She's a lot better than that. Currently takes to get in the top 10 a 0-1 or better. Would you believe already? Once again, they are that good. Well, they both go red. The closest was Ada with an 0-1-5. Still red though. Close ones don't count. Okay, Little Neve DV. For a while, was number 1. Now number 3, up against Ethan Cannon. Well, Neve goes 0-9. Ethan goes red by 0-3. Hadn't actually got a number on the board though. Okay, the last car in the class I think will be Emmy Cromwell. So unfortunately, the Check-It family, I don't know whether you're here, but sadly, obviously, didn't make it in time for the last qualifying session of the day. There is always tomorrow, obviously, all being well. So both of the Check-Its not in that session. 098 for Emmy. Not going to be an improvement. Staging lanes absolutely chock full of our last 3 classes for today. So, quick timing system reboot. On with VW Pro. Then I think we have Sportsman ET. And last but not least, VW Sportsman. So, James Hodson and Abby Tether moving forwards. We're just waiting for the tree to reset. That's why there's no dial-ins on the board just yet. So the quickest of the VW dialing classes, VW Pro, 10.63 on a 1080 for James Hodson. That's a big breakout. Abby Tether goes 13.08 on a 1290. Not bad, but not better. Ed Keach, Phil Blogg, you're next to Ed Keach with that very, very, very rapid Porsche. Should be rapid, it's a Porsche. Phil Blogg with a similarly rapid VW Caddy. Somewhere out there in the gloom. 11.01 for Ed Keach goes to number 1. Only 0.02 of a second off. Phil Blogg improves as well. Up to number 9. But it is Ed Keach with a Porsche for now. Your number 1 qualifier in VW Pro. Okay, side by side this time. 2 very good friends, I'm sure. I know they are anyway. Luke Stevenson with the Don against Jacob Bailey. Well, good-looking runs in both lanes. Jacob will get there first with a 10.40. Luke goes 12.18. Well, it's not quite an 11.99, but at least it's consistent in the low 12s, which I think they'll take that for now. Jacob did actually improve 1 spot up to number 11. Well, we've got the opposite problem now. Earlier on today, it was almost impossible to see any dial-ins or numbers or anything out there because it was so bright. Now, it's so dark, we can hardly see the boot polish on the back of the cars. Never mind. Just having a quick tree reset. That's the second one in about 5 minutes. So, obviously, the timing system wants to go to bed. So Dave just tapping the dial-ins in again. That's Mike Strachan with that very, very, very rapid Audi A3. 1160, place 1199 for Rob Jump. That's 1155 breakout and a 1186 breakout as well. Well, the weather's definitely it's obviously got cooler, which is a good thing. For engines, the racetrack's still nice and warm. Sun's been on it all day. Jake Fronda, Joe Hall. Jake with the Golf. Both these two in the top 5 at the moment. Jake will get over the line first. With an 11.92, Jake takes over the number 1 spot. Joe Hall goes too quick, but Jake Fronda takes the number 1 spot away from Ed Keach. Let's see what everyone else can do about it. Red light for Carl Goldsmith. However, he's got a running car that's going towards the top end, which is always a good thing. Especially if you know Carl quite well. 11.15 goes to 11.61. No improvement. Fran Herbert, though, up to number 6. 12.35 and a 12.20. That'll work. Well done, Fran. Yeah, it is. It's getting dark, and it's getting hard to see the race numbers and the dial-ins are up here, as you might have heard. Yeah, Wayne Gill at 9.47 for the Golf. Last car in this class. Notice I said last car in this class quite quickly. I'm learning. Great looking one from Wayne Gill, but it's only a 994. He stays in at number 3. That is the end of VW Pro qualifying. 2 more classes to go. Both of them the Sportsman variety, as in Sportsman ET, and also VW Sportsman right behind them. And then I get to rest my very well exercised vocal cords until tomorrow morning. So the first pair with for Sportsman ET will be the pickup truck of Clive Dantridge and the champ, Mr. Gary Lake. That was slightly quicker than his normal 14 flat with the 1398. 12:48 for Clive with the truck. So Clive will be over the line first. Both these two in the top 10 at the moment. And Clive stays put. Gary stays put, actually. 0.16 off. Okay, next up is going to be Aaron Springford, who is still sitting at number 1 at the moment, and Kirsty Tram, who is number 2. Aaron dials a 12.21, Kirsty dials a 12.18. See if they can swap positions, but not obviously if Aaron has got anything to do with it. Well, it was always going to be a close race. The dial-ins are virtually identical. Kirsty goes 22. Aaron goes 12.09 and breaks out by over a tenth of a second. Still a great day, though. Still currently number 1. Okay, Matt Horsell, who is Batman. Says it on the back. Must be true. And Chris Creswell. Sounds like Matt missed a gear there. You could hear that quite clearly. Even in the gloom. 15.04, yep, he did. Chris Creswell, though, up to number 2. 14.77. Chris Creswell, number 2 for now. Okay, Alex Pryor, who very kindly messaged me earlier. Thank you very much, Alex. I do apologise. When I said anyone's seen a 2-door Metro or a Metro or one with a tow bar, that was for Street Week earlier on, but unfortunately the trailer busted and it had to be rescued and brought home, which is a bit of a shame. But there we go. There's the answer as to why there is a tow bar on the Metro. It's one very quick Metro as well and consistent. Also, number 4 qualifier at the moment, up against James Grew, who broke the mullet, broke the El Camino, and he's back in his daily driver. 15.45 for Alex, no help. James Grew moves up 2 spots to number 20 with a 16.29. Lewis Gilbert and Lorna Collins. Camaro against Mazda. If you're in this part of the world, it's an MX-5. If you're on the other side of the pond, it's a Miata. Both on time. Very on time. So, room for improvement will for both of them. Lewis goes up to 12, actually, with a 15.80. Rod Creswell and Roman Giles, who is still the highest qualified of the Giles family at the moment. That can always change, of course. I'm sure Steve's lurking. There he is, right around there. Well, Rob will get there first with 14-second Smurf. 14.65. Rob Creswell is your new number 1 qualifier. Well done to the Creswell family, both of them in the top few. And at the moment, it's Roy, who's Rob, who's number 1 even. Terry Attree and Jordan Griffin with BYD Seal. Never thought I'd see a seal on a drag strip. Jordan's out in front and will get there first with a 16.43. That's not bad, actually. That takes him to 15. Terry Attree improves to 16 with a 19.27. Here comes the other member of the Giles family. That's Steve, who's number 28. His lad is currently number 15, so he's got some improving to do. If there's only... They're having their own championship between themselves. There's only 10 points between them. He needs to be a lot closer than that, because that gap equates to more than a round on race day. Well, Harry Redshaw just unfortunately bogs the Mini off the starting line. The Forester is long gone. To a 12.63. That will not help Steve Giles, I don't think. Maybe a little bit, not a lot. It makes it, actually does, a few spots up to 24. Still kind of needs to be closer though. Okay, Troy Attree and Dan Holloway with the Fox Body Mustang. Looking for 12.12. Troy Attree's in the danger zone, actually. He's only qualified number 31 at the moment. However, I think he's safe because there's only 32 cars around. Dan gets bumped back because Troy, just as I mentioned it, goes all the way up to the number 10 spot with that run right then. Pete Walters and Georgina Smith. On the line now. Pete with a very nice 0.5 light. It's almost as if that boy knows how to bracket race. Of course he does. Looking for 12.48. Gives 12.56. Not bad. Georgina. Up to 18. Pete stays 10. Yeah, apologies for the slight lack of detail, but the screen clears so instantly because the timing crew are absolutely on it to make sure that the next pair are ready to go when they roll forward. Okay, Sophie Edmonds and Rich Palmer. Sophie with the BM, Richard with the family cat. Well, they both dialed 13s. Looks like it's Sophie out in front, actually. 13-11, massive breakout. Richard Palmer does move up a little bit to number 16 with that run. Okay, Felicity Gibbs and Ricky Hale. So Felicity down at 26, but she missed the first qualifying run. That was only on one run earlier today. Well, Felicity stays 26 and Ricky stays 9 as well. Nowhere near their dial-ins, unfortunately. Okay, Craig Flinders and Jill Medley. Jill currently in at 14. Craig double that, 28. $12.52 on a 49, really going to help Jill Medley. It does to the number 7 spot. Craig also improves to number 16 as well. Okay, last few cars in Sportsman ET before we get cracking with VW Sportsman. Simon Swarbrick and Eva Huxley. With Brian sitting behind, watching on. Eva definitely a chip off the old block with a 0.7 on the tree, which for, again, with a road car, a 19-second road car, it's pretty good. Simon Swarbrick currently on the bump. 12.65 and a 12.02. Not sure if that's going to help. It might do a bit. Eva looking for a 19.28, goes 19.46. She's up to 15. Simon Swarbrick actually does improve 3 spots to 20. So, Grandad Brian Huxley, the original Racing Huxley, in the Kestrel lane, currently down at number 31, alongside Sylvia Purcell, who I think will make it 33 cars that would have qualified for Sportsman ET, meaning someone's about to get bumped out potentially. So they both dial 14. Sylvia goes into number 28. Brian stays 31 though, with a 15.44. Okay, last car in the class. And we just have VW Sportsman to go. And it's Al Medley, actually, the last car on the line who isn't in at the moment. There are 33 cars for the 32-car field, and Al Medley is number 33. Any sort of representative run in the 12s, preferably quicker than 12.5, and he'll be safe for now. That sounds better. As long as it's the right time side of a 12 flat. Still cruising through the finish line, though. Stays number 33. Wow. Last class. VW Sportsman. Craig Evans and Jerry Sadler. Craig Evans does not have a number on the board yet. "25 cars have put in runs, so as long as he gets a number on the board, he will be qualified. $14.92 for Jerry Sadler. I don't think that's going to help. Craig Evans gets in at 17, actually, with an 18.13. Tom Webb, Bruce Harvey, the next two. Pretty stout looking run for Tom Webb. He's already number 15. Looking for 13 flat. 13.08 all the way up to number 4 for Tom Webb. A 14.08 in the other lane. Bit of direction in the dark going on out there. Dom Crawford and Carrie Reed. Carrie with another one of the white label team. Dom Crawford is currently number 2. Gonna have to run 15.15 dead on to take the number 1 spot, which he doesn't quite, but I mean 500ths off is still pretty damn good. Well done. Josh Lee and Andy Cooper. The car is called Fat Man, even though it's a Skoda. Well, it will be Andy Cooper getting there first with the quicker car. 13.96. And Josh moves all the way up to number 4 with a 14.47. Well done to Josh. It's always good to see happy people. Josh Cowling. I hope that's correct. Steve Metcalf with Baja looking for 15.70. Josh 14.30. Okay, 14.43 and a 66 up to 9 for Josh. And the screen changed before I could see what the guy in the other lane did. I'm so sorry. Perils of running everybody through quickly, but we are rapidly approaching curfew. Last class of the day, so I think we're going to make it 10 minutes to go and probably about 16 cars to go. I'm sure we can do it. Larry Ainslow, Paul Robinson. And next to Larry having a really good day so far. Number 7, 2 good runs. And Paul with the Porsche 944. Okay. Larry loses a bit of pace. Paul Robinson up to number 12. 16.36. Okay, Tom Circuit and Jason Ainslow. Let's see if Jason can join his wife in the top 10. Well, certainly reaction time of the day in the family with a 0-1 for Jason. $13.08 goes, $13.35. Tom Circuit all the way up to 14 though, with a $14.04 on a 13.86. It's been a good day for the Ainslow family, I'm sure. Jordan Clark wearing the number 1 with the Thunderbug against Nigel Gregson. Well, Nigel Gregson will get there first, obviously. 12.51. Jordan, no, up to number 2. 13.96. Well done to Jordan Clark. Number 2 at the moment. Caitlin Wilson. John Gallant. Yeah, the screen clears within an absolute millisecond of the going through the finish line. So keeping up is fun. Okay, John will get there first, and he does with a 14.51. Caitlin stays in at 4.15 off, and a pretty good reaction time as well. Kaz Waterhouse with the Menopause Audi TT, and Nigel Gregg. Both in the 20s qualifying wise. Kaz goes up to 8 with a 15.12 on a 15 flat. That's a pretty good improvement. Also, I managed to say it before the screen disappeared. George Miller, Justin Foley. George with Sonic the TT. Very nice reaction time for George. Again, for a street car, a 0-1 is outstanding. Okay, up to 19 for Justin Foley with a 13.70 on a 13.40. No help in the other lane. 2 more pairs to go. And Friday is complete. Poppy Hunter and Lily Stevenson. So Lily Stevenson still number 1 qualifier, not doing her championship chances any harm at all. She will be in the Slick Tricks lane against Poppy Hunter. First season in any sort of race car, any sort of competition. And she's leading the championship, and this weekend is number 1 qualifier so far. $13.92. Lily stays 1. Poppy moves up 3 spots to number 9 with a 14.37. Last pair of cars, and they're both yellow. How cute is that? Jackie Roan and Polly Judge. Polly is out in front, as you'd expect, with a much quicker dial-in. 16.19, stays 12, and a breakout for Jackie Roan. And that is a wrap for Friday. Thank all of you guys sticking with us. You're amazing. Thank you very much indeed. All in the grandstands, on the banking. As always, a massive thank you very much indeed to every single one of the organisation here at Santapod, especially the Santapod Racers Club, who have run this thing like pretty much clockwork. Yes, we finished slightly late, but we had a lot of delays today, as is fairly normal, of course. But they still got it done pretty much on time. They got everybody's scheduled qualifying runs in. What a day it was. So thank you all very much indeed. We're back again bright and early for the continuation of qualifying at the 2025 version of the National Finals, where we will be deciding our championships this weekend in all of our sportsman classes. So thank you so much for bearing with us and being with us, and we'll see you in the morning. Have a great evening, and I'll hand back to Nitro FM for the rest of the evening and tomorrow morning, of course.